So I have a question about inspiration.
Sure.
Do we start off with inspiration and then spend it, or do we have to wait until you give us an inspiration token?
So, in short, you all have. Oh shit! Did I just delete the wrong session? I think I just deleted the wrong session. Damn it! Oh well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Um, you all have the ability to give each other an inspiration once per session. Everybody has this. That's how the inspiration. One of the optional methods for the inspiration works. Shit! Can't believe I just deleted that. I feel like a fucking idiot now. Should double check that date, I guess. Whoops. Can you undelete? Doesn't matter. Talk about a hiccup, eh? Whoops. Alright, so that technical difficulty aside, tonight's session, who cares to regale what happened last session?
I'll do it again. I actually wrote it down, so it won't like sound all friggin' crappity crap.
Sure.
Okay, so last time on Hunters, our heroes set off back to Weymouth on horseback with their new companion. Ranger's Way, the group heard a scuffle going about off the road. Curious, they tied off their horses and made their way over. They saw 3 purple dragon guards in combat. Victor, with the most speed, emerged first and aided the trio. After settling combat for a bit, Laramis made his presence known. Victor seized the opportunity to strike Laramis as his party took action in stride. As combat resumed, Saber Fang and his group of merry goblins approached. The group made quick work of Laramis' companions and captured Laramis himself. The group avoided combat with Saber Fang by paying him back for his part in Laramis' scheme and promised him that Laramis would be killed. After Saber Fang's departure, the group interrogated about the 10,000 platinum. They discovered the money was last seen in Erebor and left for a group called the Iron Throne, which were known to Victor and Tomas. Then they proceeded to decapitate Laramis' head and gave it to Theirs, who returned to volunteer back in Dublin. The group rested while cleaning up the scene of the crime and made their way back to Weymouth. Upon their arrival, they went back to see Millie at the hospitary, where they surprisingly discovered that Roderick was alive and well.
Awesome.
Very well done. Right on. Impressive, as a matter of fact. Right. And so with that, the camera does pan against all of you. I can't remember. Was it all of you that were in there? All packed into the hospital.
No, I was not in there. I don't think. Or was that the first time I was not in there?
That was the first time.
Okay, yeah, I'm in there.
Okay. And then... Okay, cool.
So...
I guess in this case, I could have had this set up prior. Jeff's voice echoing in my head. Set up your set pieces. Get this all set to the side. And these can come around to about here. This can come around and drop those actually. A little bit of this. And then. Ooh, don't lose that. Right. Oh man, these legs. I gotta get a better camera tripod, but I can't think of what would be a better camera tripod than something so flexible as such. Flexible is good. There. Grab all these doors.
Just to make sure, did we short rest?
Yeah, we did.
We did. Oh, we short rested? Okay.
Yes, we did.
Yeah,
That is actually
yeah,
yes.
by the river, and wash the blood off of us.
We'll just put this to the side. As with this. And we shall use this. A little bit of rubble.
When I'm doing short rest, it's saying either recover or rogue. Hit die 1d8 plus 2.
Yeah. So
Which one do I hit here?
Well, you if you want to spend a hit die, so you get at level 2 you have two d8, so you can roll it and then add your con modifier. Whatever you roll, add your con modifier, and that's what you do.
That's what I should press right now. There's two check boxes and then press roll.
If you want to use one, so you check a box and then you roll a d8 and you add con to it.
Now, what do you mean by use it? What am I wasting them?
So you roll a d8 and then whatever number you roll plus your constitution, that's how much points you recover during that short rest.
Okay, so I should just click. There's two click marks underneath that though. There's one that says recover. Here, let me just show you. Make my life fucking easier.
Yeah, so those are your 2 hit dice, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So, do you need to be healed? Like how much do you?
I have no idea. Now, not really.
Yeah, so then you don't have to. If you don't want to heal, then you don't have to. So just uncheck mark those things because then you still have them in your pool.
Oh, okay. So I hit short rest, but don't check them, and then just hit the take short rest.
Yeah.
You don't even have to do anything. The only reason to
you
take
don't
a
have to,
short rest.
Short rest is like it recovers like things that can be recovered during short rest.
Got it. Okay.
As a rogue, you don't have anything, do you?
No,
I've got a couple of wards and spells that need a long rest, though. I think.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, really, gameplay-wise, you get a short rest. So if you can uncheck everything, by all means, do so. If there's anything we're missing, due diligence and all that. But yeah, I can't think of anything that a rogue regenerates when they rest. I don't even think the arcane trickster gets anything, but then I could be mistaken. So, what do we got here? We got need for tables, benches, and
from the hospice,
beds.
where are we gone?
We're still in the hospice right now. I'm probably just gonna talk to Rothrick and then go over to probably the barracks after just to.
Yeah, I mean, as you guys are hanging out, Millie looks upon you guys. I gotta build the second floor here, but Millie, she looks upon you guys with a sort of watery gaze and simply states, "It's good of you to come. It's been strange around the town of late. A bit odd with new goings on. We've noticed a few people passing by. Dark individuals indeed, sir. Had to patch one of them up. Gruff fellow. Not very pleasant."
Yes. Millie, could you just give us a moment with Roderick, just alone for a bit? We just wanted to talk to him.
"Yes, of course. Holler if you need anything."
Perfect.
She leaves the room.
Roderick, how are you?
I've been better.
So,
What
we
was that?
found some information about your money.
He holds up a hand and says, "Do keep in mind, I may lose consciousness. I apologize in advance. As you were, sirs, this money."
Yes. How much did you lose personally?
A piece of blood, something red colored, or you're not sure what, spluts out onto the ground. And he kind of fades back for a moment, looking up. And then he leans forward. "Apologies. Someone will have to clean that up. My share of all was a mere 5%. It was not a grand amount in the whole. However, oh, sorry. Actually, I'll make that 15%.
Okay.
15,000 crowns is dear. However, for the purposes that it sought to serve, I should think it natural to put forth a bit of favor, decent favor towards those less fortunate. And you guys kind of regard this as he gives a satisfied nods. You guys kind of regard him as he gives a satisfied nod at this, and then says, "Plus the king was providing a hefty tax break.
Okay. So, Rothrick.
I run while he's talking,
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a medicine check, and I'm gonna see if I can diagnose his illness.
Sure.
What? Do you have any contacts in Arabella?
Of course. What sort of contacts do you intend? Or do you mean, though?
Well, we've heard rumors that the money might have been dropped off in Arabelle somewhere. So we were wondering if you had anybody that you trust that could help us when we go there.
And of course, we would simply tell the guard that they were there.
I rolled a 16.
You can see the lacerations around his neck, from when he was hung. As you're looking upon him, you see some strange shaping to his neck, but at the back. And what you're assuming is that his trachea was pulled, and he's having trouble breathing as a result. It doesn't look like the nurses know what to do about it. But you figure that if you give this guy some sort of, you could figure a treatment of some sort for this guy. I'm not going to suggest anything personally. I can't even fathom. Probably like a reverse traction or something like that. But if you want to try this, you can make another medicine check to kind of draw it out before you start building this thing.
Resvin, do you have any healing magic on you, or you?
I do actually.
Okay. You want to?
You know what? If you can do it.
I have 2 more spell slots, so I can do 1 for him, and then I can use Sky Self for later for the barracks. So
Okay.
I'll say, Rother, this might be easier if I just take care of this, and I say, I'll pick up my, I'll grab my lute off my side pouch, and then I'll just hum a few melodies.
Okay, sounds good.
That I sang to my daughters when during their bedtime, and I'll cast Healing Word on them.
All right. How old are your daughters?
They were.
When you last saw them.
When I last saw them, like 5 and 3.
All right. So this is a young. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're singing it full lyrics and all.
I'll just hum a few. I'll just hum. I'll sing like a couple like lines in
And where's your character from?
I say somewhere in there. I think it's somewhere. I think in the Dale land somewhere.
Okay, cool.
Like out there.
Right.
Building.
Okay. So it's in
cool.
common. He gives a nod to this, listening to it as you hum the bars. And as the magic washes across him, he watches his the back of his neck kind of glows for a moment, and it starts to kind of meld and mold, and he's like, "Oh, something tingles. Something tingles." Oh. And he leans forward as the whole of his neck and trachea kind of pop into position, and he kind of like slumps forward. I haven't been able to breathe as such in so long. And he kind of falls back on the pillow. I can feel my blood tingling with air. And he kind of rolls his eyes over towards you as you. Who does what?
I say, no worries. Happy to help. I just, this talk would be easier if you were Feeling better. So, again, contacts in Arabelle.
He gives a nod at this.
Anybody you would trust with your life.
As he gives a nod at this, he says, "Do you have a parchment and some paper? I will write you a few names."
I do. So I get up my inkwell and my parchment and give it to him.
He looks down towards it, and taking the inkwell, holds his hand steady, and dipping it in some ink, starts to scratch out a fellow by the name of, he says, "Deacon will be my primary contact for financing mercantile affairs. You'll find Blanchard is the fellow operating the inn. He doesn't work there, but he owns it and lives some distance away. He visits it every third day or so. And he writes these notes down for you. I don't remember offhand when I named the bar here. Shoot, do I have that? Let's see.
That was from the first session.
One of the first sessions, yes.
I don't think we know anything about Arabelle, actually.
Oh, sorry, no, that's right. You don't know anything
Black
about Arabelle.
Talon Tavern?
No, that was
that's
in Deadlook.
But we don't know
Deadlook.
anything about Arabelle at all.
That's true. Right, so Blanchard, proprietor. Let me just look this up. That one. And of all the details I have, tavern is not one of them. Right here. Perfect.
I got a question. Who was hitting on Millie last time?
That'd be
Yeah.
Millie is hitting on Victor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know if you were interested in seeing what more she had to talk about because you seemed pretty.
I was
Pretty
just
cool in the
glad to
chat.
get. I was glad to get a Roderick fast enough.
Don't split the party, Sean. Because even if he's having a conversation with her, Dooley, there's just one Dooley.
Yeah.
Would you? Okay, and right, finally, sorry. Yeah, do you? Come on, you fucker. Give me that other one. Do I like that one? No, I don't like that one. And the head of the guard there is a man by the name of Gray, Harmon Gray. I'm not sure I trust him. He gives a long stare ahead and then looks towards you. With all this, ah! You hear a scream downstairs. Suddenly you hear horse hooves outside encircling the building.
What's going on?
Can I stare out the window outside to see downstairs or no?
You quickly rush towards one of the sides and you see on horseback an individual dressed in black with a red sash around their head. running about the place. And as you look down upon it in disbelief at the sight, you at this distance can see it's not one of Valiantir's men.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I say, Roderick, hide.
As you say this, you see something glow against your face for a moment, and as you look back towards, you see the butt end of a torch flipping end over end. As it lands up on top, you assume the roof of the hospital.
Everyone get up.
Okay.
As this occurs, and the fellow brings his horse around to bear and kind of sits there for a moment, holding one of the reins and his hand free of the torch that he's just chucked onto the roof, he pulls off from his belt a crossbow and a bolt from the other side that he claps into the trough. And he just looks up towards the windows. And as he scans along and you're looking down towards him in this brief moment, he sights you. But he just sits there like this with the crossbow across, his arms folded, his hands on the reins for the brief moment. And you watch as he shouts something towards the building. They're in there!
Okay, I back off and say, okay, I guess.
I'm gonna start making my way downstairs.
Yeah, I follow Victor and I say,
Hey, Doc, you are at 15 AC because you still have the, whatever I cast on you.
Major.
The mage.
Mage armor, yeah.
Is that ritual? Can you ritual that on everyone?
Nope.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So,
You rush downstairs, Victor.
Okay, do we roll initiative? Because I'm going through the other side of the building and I'm going to climb up on the roof out the backside window.
You're going onto the roof?
I'm going to. So, okay, we're on the second floor, correct?
Yes.
Or is there only one floor? Okay,
There's two floors.
So,
You're on the
got the
second
roof.
floor. Victor is running down this. I should draw the stairs out. Sorry.
so there's windows in the front, and I imagine all the action was happening in the front. I
So-
am going to the back.
Okay.
did I spot how many people at all he had with him or no?
You only see the one rider from the window on this side. From the window on this side, you saw. Jesus, this thing, eh? There we are. So as I was saying, from this side you see one rider. The front is over there. There are windows here, here, and here, and same thing over there. 3 windows on the front side over there.
Which side? Oh,
So again, here's the second floor. This is the stairs leading down to those stairs, and there's the front door.
Feels like Blair Witch Project.
So as Victor rushes downstairs, the camera following along as he clatters to the bottom to find Millie, panicked and shouting, "They've barred the front door! I heard them put spikes in!" And you see another one suddenly crack through the wood as it splits apart on your side, and a massive "fuck you" spike comes through the wood of the door, holding it fast. You hear from the other side of the door. Sorry, you hear from the other side of the door. "That's done it. Are all the windows done?" And you hear a call out. "Yes, sir." "Right, let's go then."
I'm gonna start battering down the door with my axe.
Give me a strength check.
Sure. 12 plus 5 is 17.
12 plus 5 is 17, is going to wedge that axe through as you split it slightly, and pulling the axe out, you leave a gap that you can see through as there's 5 dudes on horseback, one of them with a crossbow, as I said. Each of them has a varied weapon on their back or on their person, actually. Some carry their weapons in their back, some have them on their horses. The one dude's got the crossbow that you can see prepared. Or sorry, the one dude that you guys saw with the crossbow is now in the front with the rest and still prepared. As you pull your axe out, the rest of you are doing what during this magnificent turn? And
I'll
Resvin,
head-
sorry, Resvin specifically, you were doing, you had said you wanted to go to the front, the back. You wanted to go out the back. So this being the back windows, there's 1, 2, 3, like I said. You want to just, what? Defenestrate or?
So I'm going to open up a window,
Yeah.
and if there's no one back there, I'm just going to climb out. And if there's not, then I'm pulling out. If there is someone there, then I'm pulling out my crossbow.
All right, that sounds fine. As you rush out, you don't see anybody there at first until you see a fellow clopping around on his horse from the one side.
I'm going to see if I can get up onto the roof as fast as I can to.
Throw him an athletics check.
Yes. Athletics or acrobatics? Can I do acrobatics?
I'm down with that. That's fine.
Okay. Where's my dice roller? Nice. I got only an 8. Because I don't get my bonus, right? Because I'm not proficient.
No.
You're not
You're not.
proficient in it?
I'm not proficient in acrobatics, no.
All right. You dangle yourself out from the from where the support structure is holding the roof. And as you're dangling there outside bravely, like 20 feet up in the air, 20 some odd feet up in the air, you think to yourself, maybe I didn't think this through. You kind of like try to waggle a leg up, try it again, getting kind of weak in the arms, but no, that's okay. Yeah, muscle your way around, and then you're gonna put a foot up there, and it slips, and fuck, this isn't really working. Your hands are kind of slipping. This is all bad. And as the guy comes clopping along on his horse, looking up towards you,
All right, can we get out there and give him a hand?
he starts laughing as you what? No, as Doc what? You're good.
I mean, if I can either see or visibly see or hear,
You're right there. You're literally watching this happen. He's like,
Can
"Oh shit!"
Yeah, I mean, can I get a hand out there to give him a leg up and give him a shove? I mean, I'm not the tallest dude in the party, but
So his problem is he's trying to acrobat over the roof, thinking he's Mr. Cirque du Soleil, and it didn't quite work out that way. So from where Doc is sitting, there's no way you're gonna give him a shove. You can push him off. I mean,
yeah, no,
You
I meant
can-
like basically what I meant was like get a hand underneath the foot and give him a little heave ho.
I mean, you can try for sure. I'll let you roll another 20 as though you had advantage on that.
What do I just roll a d20?
Yeah, let's see if you can even lift him.
My d20 is 17.
Terrific stuff. Despite the angle, you managed to give him a friendly lifting hand. So Resvin tries again.
Okay.
An advantage, as it were. But this being your second d20, we're just counting that first check as. Does that make sense?
Okay. Second one's a 13.
All right. Coming nearly close, you managed to just... No, you did it! He did it! He fucking did it! Just getting up over the edge. You clear your leg across it and manage to yank your weight up over the edge. With your leg wedged in the rafters, you're just about over the edge as the fellow down on the bottom looks up towards you and starts getting his crossbow prepped.
I'm gonna start heading downstairs where Victor. I just say, Rothric, you're not in any shape to move right now, so just hide. We'll come back for you, and then I'll start heading down.
You book it downstairs. Arriving there, you see Victor confronted with... Oh, I forgot to put her in there. Where's the little, the miss here? I had her, Minnie. You know what? That's Millie. Dead sexy today.
Damn.
I know, right? What the fuck did I do with her? Man. Thought I had her out here. Oh, whatever. So... She's looking towards the door. There's a bunch of other folks, obviously, in here. You can see a bunch of people sleeping. But not so much now. I guess you could say there's a bunch of people in here who were sleeping. They're very much not sleeping now.
I yell to Millie. I say, Millie, are these the men that tried to find Robert last time?
They
We don't have time for this. Melly, go grab some water, get everyone to safety. If there's stone or anything around it, I'm gonna keep walking away.
She goes to answer you,
Yeah.
but then nods at Victor and says, "Right away, right away."
Went down the
And she-
floorboards, went down the ceilings.
And then she looks around for a moment and she's like, "We don't have any water. We're barricaded in. What am I to do?"
Is there any stone? Is there a basement?
She gives a nod. There's a trap door right over there, and she points to the center of the floor here.
Take all the injured and take them down to the basement while we try to resolve this issue.
She gives a nod at this and looks over towards some of the other sisters in the area and says, "You heard the man. Get these poor sods into the basement. We have to do something, I suppose." She picks
And I'm
up
gonna keep walking away at the door.
right on. She picks up the pace with everybody in. Before long, they've got the hatch opened up and they start passing the folks down through, oddly enough, a set of stairs from the trap door. From there, though, the camera is focused
For
on.
me,
Yes, sir.
I would like to move towards the staircase, stay on the second floor, towards the front window. Kind of like, I don't want to like run right up to the window, but I want to kind of peer out. And I just want to yell downstairs and to the guys hanging out the window. Like, what are we doing, guys? That's pretty much all I want to do at this point. But I'd also like to see what's going on outside.
All right. Aldous shouts out the window, "What the fuck are we doing?" Or something like that. Maybe in Elvish, I'm not sure.
More elegant.
Are we rolling initiative? What do we do?
I'm curious if it's even necessary. It doesn't feel necessary just yet.
No,
So
what
I
does it
yell,
look
I
like
yell, I yell,
outside?
okay, I'll yell to all this say, "We got barricaded in. We gotta get out."
His voice carries up from down below, clearly resonating against the now fanning flames that you're hearing on the rooftop.
And what do I see outside though? Like, do I still
Right.
see the guy that like came up and his like buddies, or are they like taking off now? Are they still
So-
throwing shit?
So they're hanging around for a moment, as they seem to be doing the patrol on the one side, and from where you're situated, you can see the silhouette of a dude. Like from across the room, you can see through the window over there, down below. The guys like slowly making their way up around in a pair. So a pair of dudes coming around from the one side this way, and there's one guy who's at the back. You can't see anything out the windows that direction. And
So I'm on the roof. I'm going to get that porch. Is it like? Okay,
so
first
as
of
you're
all, what's the
pulling
roof made
yourself,
of?
as you're pulling yourself up onto the rooftop, you're seeing flames all over the roof. They've clearly thrown a bunch of torches up here, and those torches have taken great effect against the thatched dry tinder that is this rooftop.
Okay.
Looking around and just seeing like everything blazing in front of you, ashes and embers coming off it, you're not sure that anybody's going to be able to put this out before it gets through the first floor or through to the next floor.
Okay.
Am I making any headway on that door?
So you can roll me another attack,
Can I aid him? In
and
attack?
you can take an
I
attack
rolled
as
a
well.
15 I rolled a 15 plus 5 to 20.
Did I have you roll damage last time?
No, you didn't.
Okay, fair enough. You put another big split through it, and you see that at this point, as you take a focus through the widened opening, there's now 3 dudes out there, as they seem to have split up some. But at
Can I
this,
see the
sorry.
Can I see the spike that's holding the door open? Or the door closed?
Oh, there's several of them. Actually, you've also split through a piece of barricade on the other side. As you're peering through the wedge, like I was saying, is you can see the dudes there. You can also see, as you were asking, the spikes or the fastened ends of them that are holding a piece of a large thick plank of wood that's now fallen away as you hack through it. As you pull back, you can see there's a couple others down below holding the bottom half of the door closed. With that said, you also hear the guys outside the ruffians on their horseback shout out to one another, "He's breaking through! Bloody fuck! Get your bows, get your crossbows, put some arrows and bolts in this fuck."
I'm going to use a minor illusion, and I'm going to do a snake in front of the horses that is going to leap up into the horse's face.
What's the range on minor illusion?
The illusion is 30 feet.
Is that it?
Not close. Too far?
You're on the roof. Two stories.
That's right. Yeah.
Can I grab my crowbar and start helping Victor pry open? Would that help or no?
You'd just be in the way of the axe. Like you'd literally be
Okay.
trying to crowbar away.
Okay.
Ah! So
I'll just start. Is Millie going upstairs to help people from upstairs to go downstairs?
the nuns are working hard to get everybody into the basement. They're still working on. It's only been 6 seconds. They just got the hatch open and started picking up the first
I'll
people.
run back upstairs and try to bring Robert downstairs.
Oh, really? All right. So the bard disappears from view, clattering up the stairs as fast as his boots will carry him.
All right.
Finding yourself
I'm gonna
alongside
shoot a horse.
Roderick's bed, you
Can I
grasp a
knock
hold of the old man. And
Well,
sorry,
that's-
you're gonna shoot the horseback dude?
I'm going to shoot the horse.
Oh, you're gonna shoot the horse?
I'm trying to disrupt his attack. No, I'm going to shoot the horse.
All right, sounds good. So what are you hitting him with?
Light crossbow.
Okay, fire away. What's all this doing? What's Doc doing? What are you guys
I'll go
doing?
ahead and head downstairs and back up Victor because it
Alright.
looks like he's about to run outside.
That sounds fine.
I was going to knock an arrow and take a shot at the guy that's out back that was laughing at Resmond trying to get up on the roof.
All right. As the bard rushes upstairs, Aldous rushes downstairs. You guys pass each other. I don't know if you want to exchange
I
pleasantries.
nod. I say, Victor is going to kill some people. Maybe back him up. I need to get Robert to safety.
I'll do what I can.
As the camera focuses in upon Doc, who sees the horseman down below. Oh wow, that didn't work. So much wire, holy shit. Yeah, let's do that. There. Shazamski. And oh man. My fail is grand, I'll have you know. Alright, ish, always ish. How am I gonna do this? I'm gonna do it this way. Yes, there we go. Need a wireless camera, you know? Alright. I just have to hide the wire. Hide the wire. Wire doesn't exist. It was never there.
We need like super dimium magnets or whatever.
It's a game of imagination. What do you do?
Can I
right.
hold a bonus action?
Well,
Basically, I would like to raise as soon as they shoot me.
yeah, that's fine. They haven't
If
shot
I-
you
if I
yet.
get hit.
They haven't shot you yet. But that's fine. So Doc, whipping out his crossbow, is going to take a shot at the horseman down below. Short bow. My apologies.
No, close enough. I mean, the range is 80.
Yeah, he is.
Okay.
You also have advantage for height.
You can try to hide first, and then
He doesn't even have to. He has advantage for height, so it already. Yeah, you already get your sneak attack damage.
Okay, so I just rolled for.
Yeah, roll twice, take the higher.
Okay, so the first one was a 5, so we definitely don't want that one.
That
And the
doesn't
second
sound
one
like
is-
advantage.
The D is the 20.
Terrific.
20 plus 4 is 24, and.
Oh, nat
Wait,
20?
no?
Nat 20?
Yeah, nat 20 for the second one.
Okay,
First
so
one was a
you-
5.
So you get to double your sneak attack damage as well.
Oh, sweet. So then got 1d6 to start with, right? That's 4, and then plus 2, so that's 6, and then the sneak attack is an extra 1d6, right?
Is it 1d6? You're level 3 now.
My level 3 after the short.
Not
You can
quite.
take a long rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't long rested.
Oh, that's true. Is it still 1d6 at
Integrity.
level 2? All right, so that's what it is.
All right, so I've got The original one was a 4 plus 2, that was a 6, and then my sneak attack was a 3, and then you double that, so that's 6 as well, right? So that's 12.
No, it's twice the it's twice the dice. It's not twice the
So
damage.
roll
It's
another
twice the dice.
die.
Yeah.
Oh, roll another die.
So roll
Okay.
4d6. That's what you roll.
Roll 4d6 is what you're telling me now. Okay.
Yeah.
Double,
You
double.
roll-
Nothing
Yeah.
confusing about this game. Very simple Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I'm trying here.
Math.
4d6 get me 14. 1, 6,
And then
3,
your
4.
Plus a modifier.
Plus your modifier.
So plus 2. So it's
Does he double? Does he double the modifier?
No, you don't. You don't double your modifiers.
So 16, right?
16. Maybe we'll agree to that.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was trying to follow what we were getting at here.
All good. So what do you got for damage total? Sorry.
16.
True fuck.
Not bad for a short bow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, about-
Fuck me, really? Well, shit. All right. And you got a what to hit? Just to double check.
A 24.
Fuck yeah, he's toast. So you
That's
fire
a
down
20.
upon him, firing down with the short bow. You kind of have a little difficulty getting into the window. Being a dwarf, you're like, come on, move, Resvin. What the hell? Oh no, never mind. Resvin's not there. Fucking tripping up.
Right on the roof.
Move, chair, as you kick the chair out of the way and get through the window at the odd angle and finally fire away. The arrow just flying down, splats through the guy's skull. As he tilts back on his horse, the horse suddenly rears, he dumps, and it gallops the fuck off. He doesn't move after that.
That works. And there's nobody else out here in this area, or
No, that was it.
around?
On the
All right.
backside right now, that was it.
All right. Do I have
16
another
dead
action, or
on. It's
am I-
funny.
you go?
That's you for this turn, unless you want to move.
Yeah, you can move and use your cunning action to dash to get.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, you do have a double move technically.
Yeah, let's dash to another window on another side. Since nobody out here, let's look for another target. Which
So you went
one
over there?
wasn't covered yet? We had people at the front, right? We had somebody at the.
You had
Well,
3
the-
dudes apparently at the front.
All right. Well, is there a window to the front from the second floor?
There's 3 of them actually.
Oh yeah, give me to a window over there.
Terrific.
Get a good angle.
As you fire away the arrow and it spluts through the guy, he falls away. The camera pans back to show you already closing the distance on the other side. As fast as your dwarven legs will carry you, you rush in and slide into position alongside the window. It pans back to show you, having pulled up the old man. I haven't moved in days. And with that, there, you start helping him down.
Yep.
It's totally natural. Resvin, meanwhile, on the roof, surrounded by fire on all fronts. What are you doing up there? It's hot. Hot, hot, hot!
I was not expecting that. How close is the nearest building?
Distance away. The hospital is kind of on a hill by itself.
Okay. Move. I guess I'm. Hey. I thought there was just the one torch. I was gonna go kick the one torch off, but if there's a whole bunch going, then
The roof's
it's a
on
little
fire,
more
man.
complicated.
The roof is on fire.
I knew you were gonna say that.
The hospital's burning down.
Okay.
You need water.
Um,
Don't let the motherfucker burn. Sorry, I'm having fun with it. Anyway, what are you doing?
I'm going. You know what, I'm gonna see what my tools are. I was gonna hack a hole down and go back down. I was gonna hack a hole through the roof to go back down.
I'm down with that. Do you want to use a firebolt?
No.
All right, so you're using your what then? What are you hacking down with?
I am waiting for my D&D Beyond to...
Meanwhile, Aldous, you've rushed downstairs. You've arrived like a hero should. What are you doing when you get down there anyway?
I was kind of just waiting for Victor to make his move. I'll just
All right,
run
fair enough.
behind him and be like, Victor, I've got your 6.
It shows you kind of cock your finger, ready for action.
If any of these fuckers shoot at me, shoot at them.
Right.
Yeah, fight fire with fire, right?
Hell yeah.
So with that said, as Resvin pulls out his...
It's a bad idea. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna...
You're a
take
gnome.
rope
Just stamp your leg. You'll break through. Don't you remember the nursery rhyme? Anyway, sorry. Rumpelstiltskin. Anyway.
Okay. I have tinker tools, so I'll just grab some tools and try and smash through.
You know what? You have insight. So
I do.
you look at your little handsaw from your Tinker Tool set. You look at the little like dainty hammer meant for clockworks. You look at the forceps to hold gears and springs. You look at the needle nose pliers. You're like, what am I thinking? And then you look back down at the thatch and start just ripping it apart to dig a hole through it. And after a brief
I was
moment,
hoping there was like a hammer, like a
there
a
is.
ripper's axe or
It's like
something.
this. It's like a little
Yeah.
ball peen thing meant
It's
for
like,
fucking-
yeah, it's,
Talking
it's,
about a jeweler's hammer.
yeah, man.
it's for like fine work, not like.
It's like a
That's
microtronics
my
thing.
smith's tools. I thought, anyway. Yeah. Okay, so I start ripping through the roof.
I thank you. So meanwhile, as you guys are hearing scrabbling from above, you watch as suddenly Resvin's face appears through a hole that he's tearing apart in the thatched roof. And you see, much to your chagrin, he is framed epically by rising flames.
Okay, I say, Doc, Resvin, we should get downstairs. We don't want to be engulfed by fire. As I start bringing Robert down.
As you rip him over towards the stairs as fast as you can, the old man helping as best he can, Resvin drops down onto the table with an athletics check, if you could. Meanwhile, Doc, you're situated there. This fellow looks over towards you and then gets himself roused. Oh, it's on fire, of all the fucking things. And he pulls this patient off. Come here, you. We've got to go. The war never ends. War never fucking ends. And he makes his way over towards there. So, with that said, the camera pans down again as initiative strikes.
So my athletics was an 18. So I didn't bork this one.
We've got to get him, boys. Get off your horse. Time to earn our pay. And what'd you get for that?
18.
Fantastic. Expertly, with a 3-prong landing, you look like a hero as you drop down onto the table. It barely moves, jostling ever so slightly, and epically, there's a puff of dust that explodes out from all sides, growing in a ring as you ka-tuk down below. With that said, though, Victor, what'd you get for initiative?
For initiative?
Yes.
Initiative, I got a total of 14.
Terrific. Doc, what'd you got for me?
9 plus 2 for 11.
11 for Doc. Lucia. Thomas Everhart, what do you have for me?
22.
22 for Tomas. Rezvan,
12 plus 4 for 16.
16 for Rezvan. I like that Zoom lets you have your own names up. All this, what you got?
3 plus 2 for a 5.
A fantastic 5 at that. A heroic 5. And your dungeon
I want to go
master.
last. I want to.
Your dungeon master is going on a 13. Right. It was great, fucking great. as that one. No, the Viking soundtrack is really good though. Problem is, I can't fucking hear it, but it's coming in clearly for you guys, so I want to turn it up, but then it'll be stupid loud for you guys. So, moving along. As the camera pans against the scene to show the whole of the area, it zips in towards you to show you. Make a strength check as you come down the stairs.
Natural 20.
Terrific.
19.
Not only does the old man make it easier, eventually he picks up his own pace and makes his way down the stairs more or less on his own steam, needing you for a little bit of balance. As you guys make your way to the bottom, he lets go, inspired that he can make his own, and rushes towards here.
Take a break now.
Can I see anybody outside?
As the camera pulls back, you see the boards that they've nailed across the windows. You see through the crack that Victor is steadily putting into the door, one valiant swing after the next. But you cannot see out the windows. Actually, you know what? The planks are just tight enough to keep you from escaping easily, but you could easily smash out a window and go to work if you wanted. With a bow or something.
I just need to see somebody and they can hear me. That's all.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you can absolutely see dudes out there.
Okay, the one that I can see, I will yell at him and I'll cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay.
It's a DC 13 Wisdom save.
Okay, I just gotta grab some horses. He fails.
So he takes 2 psychic damage. I'll yell to him, 2 wrongs don't make it right. Look at your mother and father.
He takes that 14 damage and begins to cry a little bit.
And then I will give an inspiration to Victor because I need this mother. I need you to hit. So I'll look at Victor and I'll say, Victor, get covered in your favorite color.
Red.
Alright, so with that, you're already raging, are you not?
No, I'm not.
Not until he gets
hit.
I'm waiting until I get hit.
Alright, fair enough. With that inspiration, you wanted to blast through the door again, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Terrific stuff. Go ahead and roll me an attack roll.
11 plus 5, or a total of 16.
Terrific stuff. With his inspiration, you boot fuck through the door, Sparta style, stepping out into the sunlight a moment later like so much Marston facing down the sheriff and his men. As the camera pans against your barbaric self, suddenly come rushing out sidelong. Yeah, you can have your standard attack. We'll count that boot fuck as a bonus action. How do you like that?
Oh, sweet. I'll attack the guy on the right with the short sword and shield.
Alright, good stuff. So on the right here,
Shit. I'm rolling really good today. I got a 17 plus 5 for a total of 22 to hit.
you smash through him with your axe in one
Damn.
quick swing.
And then I rolled a 12 plus 3 for a total of 15 damage.
The fuck, man?
I know. Look.
I believe it. No, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. These guys have really shitty hit points. They have high AC but shitty hit points. As you moving towards him, he looks towards you and he says, "Fuck you!" Ah! But he's not dead. Unfortunately, the guy's got 1 hit point to the poor fuck. I'd mulligan it, but I think it's better to keep one alive. Anyway, so as you smash down through him and blood spews out like Sam Raimi directed this episode, the camera pans across your face to show an expression of...
Let's fucking get it. And I'm
With a
just
grim...
reveling in the blood.
With a grin of your teeth, it splashes all over your face like this were now an episode of Berserker. Fantastic anime if you've never seen it.
Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, it's pretty good.
From there, did I skip someone? I went from Tomas to Victor. Sorry, Resvin. Would you like a turn? Would you like a turn, Resvin? Because you had initiative. Hi, Resvin. Would you like to give me a turn? Resvin.
Okay.
Malcolm. Resvin.
Okay. So I'm going to fire with my crossbow.
That sounds like an excellent plan.
Yeah, why not? Alright.
So you go in the window, right, Resvin?
Yes. Where the heck? Rats is snapping. Did I close it? I did. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Take your time.
Ooh, 19.
Man, power to the players today, eh?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
I'm ready for those nat ones to start coming up.
Oh, they're waiting in the wings.
I just hope. I got rolled a 6 earlier. Okay, so damage is. Crossbow. 1d8 plus 4. Nine points of damage.
Perfect. And this was with your crossbow?
Correctamundo.
As you land down on the table, the camera panning against you to show you there, standing ever so heroically. It sights towards where... Oh, hello. It sights back towards where Doc sits, angled out the window. Then pans as you rush in towards, finding yourself situated in front of. You aim towards and fire away.
I figure it's got like the Jackie Chan thing where he kind of does the running like this, pulls it up, and then for the really bad old shiny dubbed
Here's
movies.
who can do this. Oh, he's right there. But he's over there. Anyway, you get the picture.
Groovy.
As you rush towards and smash the bolt down into the crossbow's trough and let it sail away, it smacks into the guy's shoulder there as it pins his leather pauldron into position. As he tries to dodge to the side, he ends up rolling with the hit, spinning to one side, stumbling. Says, "Ah, you bastard! I'll fucking get your ears off you!"
Okay. Bonus action, I'm going to magic stone the stones in my pocket, 3 of them,
Okay.
and then I'm going to throw them next round.
So just for the record, each of these guys has a fucking red sash. Every single one of these guys. One has it on his arm, one has it on his head, one guy's on his thigh, one guy's actually got it around his horse's neck.
Yeah.
All different kind of shades and sizes. But every single one, a red sash.
Yeah, but
But you don't recognize any of these guys.
yeah.
And Valiantra didn't have guys like this. He had 3 main thugs. But then you think to yourself, what if? What if these guys are? You never know, right? He could have just hired out, wear the red sash, fuck with them, who's to say? Anyway,
Well, how many are? You got one guy that's got a bad arm. You got one guy that's dead in the back. One guy that's dead in the front, and then one dude that's still standing. Right?
then there's the 3 guys in the front. There's 2 guys down, and there's the 3 guys in the front, and 1 off to the side there was. And that guy should be coming around soon, if you're keeping track. For those of you playing the home game, hey?
Singing coming around the mountain.
So that was Resvin, Victor, and Tomas. And that means it's over to moi. Who do I have in here that I want to use for... I could use this guy, I guess. You belong in there. Ah, there's the other guy. Fuck. Yeah, right on. Yes! Of course. What a fucking idiot that I am some days, I tell you. Alright. This guy. Hey, how you doing? I'm going to swap that guy out. Hi. By the way. And that's all the dudes. All the rest are dead. Very good. From up top. Over towards here. Millie actually, it shows, whoa, when did this fall? It shows Millie for a moment as she regards the open door and says, down into the hole, "The door's open! Get ready if this place can't be saved. We have to run from it." There, sort of. She sounds like Miss Doubtfire all of a sudden. Anyway, the camera pans back, showing this guy come around the corner. That guy come around the corner. And as he do, focusing along, you watch as he suddenly unshoulders a bow and, quick as you like, pulls an arrow from, knocking it out, pulling it up, taking aim and letting go, firing out towards our man Victor in the fray. With a 15 plus bonus, he smokes you for a d10 with his longbow, hitting you for max damage for 12 total.
Okay.
As the arrow strikes into your shit, I can't even decide on a point. Actually, it rakes across your chest, leaving a nice streak right across it, causing a little flap to open up, and it's just terrible stuff. Anyway.
The chicks are gonna love it.
Oh yeah, leave a nice scar. Point being, as it carves across you, leaving 12 damage in its wake, he's already preparing another one. Just double check I'm not gonna fuck with you here. With an 18 plus bonus. For 8 plus 2 for another 10 fucking points of damage.
Damn.
One after the next.
These are raging, right? Thank God.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not raging?
Raging after the first hit, weren't you? As soon as you got hit the first one?
Nope.
Well,
He has
I
to
used
spend
my
a bonus action to
break
do it.
through the door.
Ah, shit. Okay. Pull it up.
Okay.
The sing songs
There's a
about
trade-off. Do you get an attack in or do you rage?
Can I rage?
No, but that was the trade-off ultimately. Was I
No,
let
yeah.
you do the bonus
Well,
action to kick through the door and make a standard attack action. The trade-off being.
I'm not gonna retcon anything. I did what I did.
So here you are. And with that guy done, it is over to the rest of them. As the camera pans against the scene, and in slow motion, one rushes in towards you from the left. You move your axe to block the shot, and easily it ricochets off of your axe. And to your surprise, as the first one comes off, he suddenly brings it about. As you bring the axe flashing down, thinking the other's going to attack, to see the second come in, and you deflect that ever so mightily. Sparks careening off. The second soldier moves in with his first swing. You watch as he suddenly comes up towards you, and you manage to catch it, actually against your boot, stepping down against the blade as it slides off your heel. And as he comes to cut against you, you step to the one side, circling around the two of them, as the one comes in on your flank with a oh shit, he's gonna be at advantage too. With a nat 20, he comes jumping in towards you like so much Brad Pitt out of fucking, what was it, 300 against the big brute.
Was the one that got the nat 20 the one at disadvantage, Vicious Mock, or no?
Oh shit, it was.
Okay, then it's at disadvantage. So
Oh shit, seriously?
Yeah.
Alright. So he didn't attack at at advantage. He attacked normally the first time as he comes in towards you, and with his 6, smashes against you. Oh man, actually, here's the question. If I divvy them up and still give you the nat 20 that I intend to do here, because I'm just going to take the 2 rolls and turn them into 2 attacks, or I can re-roll both attacks. So maybe I'll re-roll both attacks in the interest of fairness.
Sure.
The first one's a crit fail.
Okay.
The second one's not a nat 20. That said, he comes rushing in towards you, and to his chagrin, gets tripped along the way. He stumbles and nearly falls over, but his 19 plus bonus brings him to suddenly strike up into you for 7 points of slashing damage that careen off of your armor. The bludgeoning strike of it hurting almost as much as it connects against your axe, and some of it against your meat self, leaving another swath against your arms. As he rears back, and the three of them kind of square off like a moment out of Kill Bill, just from the top. Anyway, the camera pans against to show from the backside the opening as Millie rallies the girls, and then pans across to show Doc Lucian from above.
All right. Since he's over, I know that we're shifted over by a little bit, but
Yeah.
do I have a good angle on that guy that just lays two of them into Victor?
To be honest, no, really you
No?
don't. Because he's if you imagine he's up against the wall here.
Yeah. Okay,
Right.
got it. No,
And
yeah.
you're at the I say
Yeah,
you know what, you're all right. Yeah, you can make that work. You're good.
Okay.
Sure,
I mean,
sure, do it up,
If
do
I
it
can
up.
make it, I can make it. If I can't, I can't. But I was
Yeah,
gonna
no,
say,
no,
since
no.
he's closest,
He's not that close to the wall. He's good.
pretty much
You're good.
firing straight down on his head.
You can
Oh.
still have advantage too for being overhead, and especially
sweet.
since he's certainly not going to expect it.
Sweet. Then I will. Yeah. I'll
Plus
do
the
that.
cap.
All right. So
The
here we
cap
go.
being
Roll
his
twice,
whip.
right? So the first one is a 14 plus 4, which is 18.
Champion
The second
strike, if ever I've heard one.
Second one is where it's underneath.
Oh
the
wait,
back.
14's not going to hit shit. Never mind.
No, 14 plus bonus, right?
Plus 4 was 18. Yeah.
Ooh,
The second
hits
one
dead
is
on
9 plus
actually.
4, which is 13.
All right, the second one's going to miss. The first one hits. Wait, you have
Okay.
2 attacks?
No, you said it. You told me with advantage. I rolled twice. Right?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
I mean, even if I roll once, the first one was the 18. So.
Make it hot. Let's hear that damage.
All right. So the damage will be 1d6. Why is it already underneath these fucking things that are on the screen? So I got 4 plus 2, and then if I do the sneak attack, roll another d6. So I have 6 plus 2, 8.
Total?
Yep.
Alright, terrific stuff. This is a new guy. New guy is over here. Wow, alright. Or not. Woo! There we are. As the arrow sails away, guy screams out in pain, looking up towards you, looking to where that came from, but you've already ducked back into the window, and he has no idea. And then he sees Resvin over there, and decides to blame you and curse you and hate you! But he can't really do anything about it at the moment. It's not his turn. From Doc Lucian over to our elven man Aldous. What are you doing down there, buddy? Comes in sidelong, panning against you as you look out the door and see Victor standing there. Cut, bruised, pierced, battered, surrounded.
Okay, so did Doc take that guy out? No. Okay.
Yay!
I'm just gonna shoot a firebolt at the one that looks the most injured.
Sounds like a good tactical plan to me. Make it hot.
13 plus, what do we got? 5? 18?
18 will hit dead on.
And that will do 8 damage.
Drops him. As he steps back and falls backwards, landing, this was a firebolt in his face. You watch as a bunch of his skin explodes off his head, and the rest of him, skull and all, falls back on the ground. Actually, it's more like, if I remember, I did this like... something like that. Anyway, point being, firing it away, his face explodes in a conflagration of orange licking flames that surround his skull, and he falls backwards like he was the Ghost Rider taking a nap. Are you moving? Are you doing anything else?
No, I'm gonna move right there next. I'm already at the door, so no, I'm good.
Alright, terrific stuff. You taking cover or are you just standing in the doorway?
I guess I'll cover by the side of the door.
You step into position, hugging up against the wall as Tomas.
I will move out to the doorway. Do I see the leader at all?
That would be probably the guy that just got taken out.
Oh, okay then.
As you're tactically thinking of this in your head, you're like, I'm gonna go take that guy right on. That was the guy.
I'll just yell out. I'll yell out and see if they react and say, "We're working with Valiantia. Stand down."
The one looks over towards you and then looks over towards his compatriot as then he suddenly turns his attention towards Victor. What else are you doing? They don't seem to have much more reaction than that.
Vicious mockery on the one nearest Victor.
He rolls a 6 and fails miserably.
Okay, he takes 3 psychic damage. I'll yell to him, "I'd call you a dick, but that would be implying that you would be near a vagina." And then I will cast Healing Word on Victor.
How much damage was that vicious mockery?
3 psychic.
Terrific.
And then he has disadvantage on the next attack he does.
You did 15 damage. So that guy bites it. The guy who had the massive canyon through his torso drops over, healing and dying a moment later. His last words being, "I'm not a dick."
Yeah. Then I'll strum my lute, and I will give Healing Word to Victor.
Alright.
You get 5 HP back, Victor.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
And then I will take cover. If I have any more movement, I'll reverse back and take cover.
Okay, sounds good.
I have no more.
Oh wow, that's gonna be really loud for you guys. If anything's too loud, just let me know so I can turn it down. And from Tomas, as he fires out a few harsh words with deadly effect. Do you take cover or anything? Or are you just standing out there like, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah, I'll take cover. If I have any more movement, I'll take cover.
Alright. It's okay, baby. You can do it, baby. I knew you could do it. Smoke starts to pour from downstairs. From upstairs, I should say, as the fire burns hotter and hotter. It's now been 12 seconds, going into 18 of your thatched roof burning away. And from there, Resident, tell me about your heroism. So the camera pans up to show the little shorty in the window, looking down towards the battle playing out. What do you do?
So there's no more dudes standing outside, right?
There is, as a matter of fact, there is this fellow, this guy, and this one.
Sorry, I can't see the second one.
Actually, you know what? You can't see the second one.
Okay.
Or could you? I mean, you could kind of get an angle on him, I suppose. Sure.
Okay.
I'd attack this
injured?
big Goliath dude.
How
He looks
injured
shady
is
as
the one
fuck.
dude?
Hey?
How injured is the one dude?
They both look in good spirits. Like they want to grab a latte or an ale or something.
Got it. Okay.
But seriously, the one's taking some damage off to the one side. That guy has an arrow sticking in him, courtesy of Doc.
Okay, I'm going to. It just seems to work. Sleep. It's a terrible thing, but it helps us interrogate after.
That's true. You cast the
So
sleepies on that guy,
So
I'm assuming.
I'm going to make sure that the circle is does not encompass Hamas.
Yeah, no, you're good that way.
Just hit that one guy over there.
What's the range on sleep, just to make sure?
90 feet.
Okay, terrific stuff. And it's a 20 foot, 30 foot radius, 20 foot radius.
20 foot.
Yeah. Terrific stuff. Roll me the hit points of effect.
See what we got here. $11 plus 7 for skeleton.
Good duck. Mama's milk. Mama's milk. He's out. Camera pans up against you as you kind of thing, and anything else to declare?
So you don't want me to roll the damage on that?
I thought you just did roll the damage.
No, that was the hit.
You don't have to roll to hit.
You
I have to actually roll. Do I even get a save? I don't even think I get a save,
No.
if I'm not mistaken.
No.
I don't get even. Yeah.
Okay.
You just have to roll the hit points.
3d8, right? Or 5d8. 3d8.
Sorry about that. My bad.
No problem. Do your thing.
It's 5d8.
Thank you. 5 experience.
Alright, 17.
Fabulous. All the same, he falls over and snoozes out. He's done.
Beautiful.
And from your heroic self, we move on to Victor once again.
I would like
Okay.
to rage.
I'll bet you would, sir.
All these cuts, and I'm gonna roll to hit with my great axe on the individual in front of me.
All right. I'd like to hear about
And
that
I
roll.
rolled a 7 plus 5. But I also have Bardic Inspiration, right? So I can roll
Yeah.
again.
Yep.
You can add a d6 to it.
Oh, I can add a d6.
Yeah, you
That's right.
add a roll on there.
A total of 16 to hit.
As you come in towards him, sliding off of the sword as he expertly twirls and spins around with the broadsword connecting with your axe, he says something that you don't quite hear for all the blood pumping in your ears, but it sounded like grace over power. Whatever it was, it just makes you fucking angrier. This asshole is fucking gonna die as the blood seeps from you. Yours, theirs, it's all kind of the same. Anyway, so with that said, anything else to declare?
And that's my turn.
Terrific stuff. From there over to his face as he, behind his visor, spins around and brings the blade to bear upon you. Easily do you see the way his footwork works, having faced a few of these fuckers already, and you simply put your axe down. And it just connects off it and rings off to his own surprise. He recollects himself and then brings it down, but you easily just kick up your own axe and hold it aloft, and he just connects off it, resounding backwards with 2 quick rings. As he focuses himself and then steps backwards into a defensive position for whatever the fuck you're gonna bring next. This guy, Mama's milk. And it's over to Doc Lucian once again.
So is my hair starting to feel hot
Well-
on my head, or where am I at?
God damn, man. I need a cameraman. Yeah, so shit's hot, and getting hotter. Look at this. This is a disaster.
I mean, am I feeling in danger, or am I feeling like I can get one last shot off to help this?
Oh, you can totally get one last shot off. You can always get another shot off. I'm not gonna stand in your way. I just work here, man.
I'm just trying to. I'm trying to figure out if at this
Is
point
it
I'm feeling
safe?
like I'm
I mean, the roof's not gonna fall in on you right now, is it?
Well, Doc, you have you have movement and you have your bonus action to dash if you need to.
There. Well then, let's get a shot at it.
You can always jump out the window too. There is that. There is a window right in front of you. A little defenestration never. Well, sometimes it kills you, but anyway. So what are you doing?
I'm gonna fire out.
Terrific stuff. Roll me that hit. What do you got for me?
I got a 17 plus 4, so 21.
That'll do it. Roll me some damage.
1d6 plus 2.
Yes,
I get a
please.
2, so that gives me 2. That's 4, and I get to roll 1d6 extra. Right? You get to do that for whenever you do an attack, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, do I have advantage on that or no? I
You
don't
do.
have advantage.
You do. Your height's giving you advantage on this.
Alright, so then I roll it.
Which is never something you can say for a dwarf.
4 plus 2 is 6.
4 plus 2 is 6.
Yep. Not a whole lot on that one.
Still the first damage he's seen as the arrow thumps into him. He shrieks out suddenly and looks up towards you, and then looks back down towards the barbarian as he's still holding the sword resolutely, the arrow sticking out of his shoulder, where his pauldron is now stapled to himself. And from over there to over here once again, as our friend Elf Aldous, what do you do?
Alright, so it's just the one guy left there, right?
It is.
Fuck it. Let's cast Sleep on him too.
Alright, sounds good.
You want me to roll 5d8?
Yeah, by all means.
6, 23.
23?
Yeah.
Right on. Victor, how many hit points do you have left?
I'm at 11, so I'm...
You're at 11?
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's funny. Okay, you fall asleep, as does he. He actually doesn't have many at all. Sorry, what did you roll again, Aldous?
23.
Yeah, alright, just make sure my math's okay there. So 9 and 11 is 20, which means literally the both of you just pass the fuck out. With 3 hit points left over for a rabbit nearby that just passes out as well. Point being though, the camera pans against the scene to show Aldous standing there, looks out the window, thinks to himself for a moment, says a few words, and then points out, splashing the magic out the door. You watch as the two of them, and this camera never moves, it just shows them drop. Both of them. As the camera pulls back and shows the whole of the scene from above, it shows the ceiling of the building, of course, burning away. As it shows you up top, make a dex save. Combat's over.
I just put Victor to sleep though.
Doc Lucian and Resvin, or Evil Lord Resvin, if you could both make me a dex save as bits of the ceiling now start to fall down upon you.
Well, fuck. I got a 6 plus 4, that's 10. I am not fixers.
You're a rogue.
I know.
Oh,
Just
I
a
got
terrible.
3.
Shit, seriously?
That's good.
I
Oh,
rolled
wow.
a 3.
You guys are both lucky, actually. Doc takes 1 point of damage. Resvin, you get a whopping 2.
Okay.
So double the damage. At 2. Point being, bits of the thatched roof fall down, burning against you. Doc quickly, Jesus! Pulling it, slapping it off. The sparks explode against the nearby bed, and as you watch towards the bed, you're like, fuck. Going up like dry tinder. A moment later, it's just... No, I'm exaggerating, but it starts to burn on the bed a little bit there, and you're looking at it going, okay, well, the roof's on fire, now the mattress is on fire. What do you do?
Is there anyone else inside?
Everyone's been shunted to the basement, and our mistress of the hospital is situated such that she's been watching the action. As soon as the last of them drops, she shouts out, "Can we move the patients out?
Yes, let's go!
Did you hear that, girls? Sisters, bring the bodies!" And with that,
Okay,
there's a procession.
We have 1 minute to get these guys neutralized. So I make sure I use my BDSM and like tie them up.
All right, fair enough. Remembering everything from rope class, you dutifully bind them all together. Quick as a wink. Do you include Victor in there? I don't know what you're into.
Actually, I really wanted to retract that as soon as I said it, because that's the grossest thing ever. But, well, if you're into that, you're into that. But, yeah, make sure that they're all tied up. So, no, Victor is not in there.
All right, fair enough. Setting him carefully to the side, as you would any other compatriot. The camera pans montage style as it watches you go to work.
So Millie is taking care of all the patients right now.
Doing her best.
I'll help her. Just so I say, Doc, Doc Aldis, can someone slap Victor awake and then we can help Millie get people out of here?
Are we free now? I'll just slap him. I'll be like, Vic, I'll shake him. I'll wake him up. I'm like, Victor, you took him out. You did such a great job. And I'll just keep shaking him.
So what would Victor be dreaming of? What does Victor dream of?
Large women.
Probably.
Large
Does nobody remember that line from Princess Bride?
Yeah, I can't really.
Come on, that was a good call.
That was a good one, actually. I'm surprised I didn't get it.
Like the perfect night, winning all the dice games and having a nice tinker available.
All right. As you find yourself bathing in a massive tankard of ale with dice rolling past you, constantly landing as you're showered with gold pieces from above, you think to yourself, life can't get any better than... as you're sucked into the tankard and all goes dark, and you feel yourself kind of thundering through the tubes as you're being shaken awake. And the light slowly at the end of the tunnel turns to the light coming into your eyes as your lids pick up, slowly looking at the face of the elf, the small one.
What happened? Where are we?
You went into a rage. You took some people out. We have to save these innocent people out of the cellar.
The camera pans again to show you seeing past Aldous to the building behind that is in flames, with the orange light glowing against the twilight sky, embers rising up as the sisters bring the last of the bodies out. The last of the few patients that were in the hospital groan and moan in the grass as they look up, lamenting the loss of where they were, lamenting the loss of something so important. The hospital, what will the town do? Oh, curses on this. First the harvest, now this blasted luck.
Can I search the head? Can I search the bodies? I want to check the head, the guy that I saw first, like the boss guy.
Yeah, for sure. Coming in towards him, as the camera pans low, the music definitely fucking needs to change. Where was I? Sorry, reaching down a pawn. You search him over and you find he's got a decent sized purse of 200 gold. You find the same on all of them, in fact. You find about 1,000 gold between these guys.
So that's 200 each, guys.
Sweet.
Do they have any papers or anything of interest, like documents, diaries?
The one does in fact have a writ on him. And you can see that it's an official looking thing. And upon it, it's got a simple crest of a weird chair and a bunch of spikes. Just surrounding it like a bear trap.
Like an iron throne. Cool.
Yeah. Do I recognize that as the Iron Throne insignia?
You can roll me history, actually, first and foremost. As you're looking down towards it, your first thought certainly jumps to mind.
It's a 13.
You make the assumption. You figure to yourself safely enough. As the building burns away and you look down upon the body and then holding the writ, you open it up.
Yep.
The Stained vellum reveals a well-written script that gives implicit instructions describing the hospital, its location in Weymouth, the payment of 1,000 gold pieces for the imminent destruction of one Roderick Delmar, and, if possible, the interlopers who may come to visit.
Is there a signet? Or is there like a stamp or something?
Yeah, that was the seal, dude. That was the seal of the chair with the spikes around it.
Is there a name on it that signed the writ?
I should say it's not spikes around it. It looks like a stylized sun that circles it.
Does it look like the same writ that I got when I had to go to a town to deliver lumber?
Hang on, let me just double check here, because I may be full of shit. Have I totally forgotten what this fucking thing looks like? Yeah, sorry,
I take my
bad.
share. I take
It's
my
a
share
chair?
of gold and I give it to Millie. And I give it to her for rebuilding.
Okay. Sorry, it's a chair with a sword at the back. And it's stylized somewhat, so it's quite literally a simple oval, a square, and then you got the cross of a blade through the back. So it almost looks like a tombstone, in fact, if it weren't for the notch that's carved out to make it look chair-like.
Trying to zoom in on your drawing.
Does it remind me of the letter I received when I had to deliver lumber for the hand?
Got it. Thank you.
Right.
Dave.
So in fact, if I'm not mistaken, I said that was you were subconned in that.
Yeah.
So you never saw a writ such as this.
Okay.
Does it have a name that is assigned to it?
It does not. It certainly has no signatory.
Okay. Well,
It says though, I'm trying to think of how to word it. Sorry. You know what? It says that if they seek further work, they have the opportunity to leave notice at the Nine Fires. Hang on a sec. Let me just double check that name. Oh no, we want that, and then I want to go. Thank you. And then this was Nine Fires. Yes, the Nine Fires Inn. Leave word at the Nine Fires Inn. Oop, hello.
So I want to use this writ or I would like to keep it in order to use it for forgery later.
Okay.
Are you guys good with that?
yeah. I will.
Sorry.
Yeah, I will. Can I do are there any guards coming, like purple do I see any purple dragons coming at all or anything like that?
No. Nobody's coming.
Wow.
In fact, as you focus off in the distance, you see that there's in fact a line of, you want to say, a few horses, 3 of them in the distance. And on the back of those horses, you see 2 armored figures and one in a robe. Black with, you're not sure, but streaks, but you can't tell the color from here.
Do they stay, or are they just watching us, or do they go?
They just watch. They don't go.
I-
But they're
I
so
wa-
far away. I mean, the town's easily about a kilometer that way.
Okay, I'll say there are people watching us. I don't think anybody's coming to save or check up on us. I think. How did they know?
Have we left the whole burning second floor? Like, are we having this
Yeah, we're outside.
just as everything is falling down?
Yeah.
You guys left the building just as everything was collapsing in on itself. The
I
whole of the
think-
place takes no time to fall in on itself either, I'll say.
Shall I say we have 2 people that are unconscious right now?
They
Like
slowly
outside?
start to come around.
I say, okay. I say, I don't think any of the guards are gonna come. So
As you say this, you look back towards where the line of 3 individuals has disappeared. Or have they? No, the one you can see his shadow barely disappearing at the last second past the buildings in the distance. As the building crumbles behind you, you suddenly hear the fire alarm go off.
do we want? I don't know. Do we want to be here, or do we want to get out of here?
Kim pans in close upon you as you guys look amongst one another.
Well, I mean, in reality, nobody knows that we offed Laramis, and it looks like we just tried to save the hospital. So people may think well on us right now. I don't think we need to rush, unless we feel like secreting off these two guys and having a
Yeah, that's what I mean. Do we
conversation.
want them to find the 2 guys, or do we want them to not find the 2 guys?
So I make sure as I'm giving Millie the money, like through Tomas. It's like, this is from Tomas. So I want her to like, I want him and her to like butter up, so that way she's a better alibi.
Okay, I will say, Victor, can you carry these 2?
Of course, yeah. I'll put one on my back, and I don't know how I'm gonna grab. I don't know how I'm gonna carry 2 of them because they're both fully grown humans, right?
Oh yeah, and they're wearing like hats. Like they're wearing armor, right? So
I can carry one, but we have horses here.
I'm like, do we need 2, or do we need both? Do we need both? Sure. I just say put them on the horses, and then I will look to Millie and say, Millie, can you handle it here without us? We're gonna go see what's up.
She just looks at you and then looks over towards the lot of you for a moment. She grabs a hold of you and just pulls you in close and sobs into your shoulder for a moment. Just heavy, ugly crying right into you. And then just pushes you away slowly and then rubs her eyes. Yes, it'll be okay. Thank you.
But are you, Millie? I noticed that you and the nurses, you and your ladies are the only ones here. Where are the doctors? Where are the 2 doctors that we saw beforehand? Where did they go?
They don't tend evenings, and although she just starts collecting herself for a moment. He had family matters. His wife is due at some point. I expected that they would be coming. And then she looks back and starts to just break again, having completely lost her composure again. She takes a moment, breathes. Some of the sisters come over. They start to hold her up from the elbows, propping her and consoling her, giving her rubs. Some of the patients nearby, it's all right, love. It's warm now. We'll be fine. Yeah, that's right. We'll be okay. We're soldiers. We can handle this. This is nothing. A couple of them kind of rouse themselves as if to and start kind of posturing like we're okay type of thing. The one's kind of, having trouble standing and he's still holding the best he can.
Okay, I look to the party and say, where do you guys want to head?
You know what? I look for Roderick.
Looking around, you easily find him nestled on the grass, having knelt, unable to hold himself standing the whole time. As he looks upon you, looking at him, that's a short one. What can I help you with?
I point to 3 figures at the distance, in the distance, and I show him the writ.
He says you saw them too. Hi, the layers of politics run deep, my friend. I hate to see you dragged deeper into this. I've been doing my best to stay a shark somewhat in these waters, but I fear that the fisherman's finally got my number. Aye. Separate yourself from this, boys. And he looks across all of you as he kind of tries to posture, then loses his balance slightly.
So, you know about the Iron Throne, then?
Yes, of course. Everybody in our industry knows of the Iron Throne.
Yes. I've heard that they're like bankers of some sort. Banker mafia.
Ha. Yes, indeed. One of the most aggressive forms of bankers one could ever hate to run across. Be afeared of such powers. Money and influence to the largest depths.
Well, why do they want to kill you? They stole your money. That's all. That's fine and dandy. But do they have a higher grudge against you?
He gives a sigh at this. And he gives a nod and says, "Official matters have long been an issue for me. I am afeared of them, for I am not unwilling to speak the truth if prodded by the right powers."
Brother, the hospitality is gone.
He looks up towards the building as you say this.
3 assaults on your life. No
And
more secrets.
He gives a nod at this and he says, "And that's the issue, my short friend. In truth, the issue is I had had enough of the ploys and plots and the games." And he looks up towards the hospital and he raises a hand. "Why, I would almost assume that they will pay to have a new one built. And it will be grander in scale and size than the last. For the simple purpose of creating work, employing a few villagers in the face of taking what they want. In the worst ways in some cases." And he gives a kind of like long mop of his head like this. Collecting a debt is a profession to some. It is a passion for these. And woe be to any who gets in their way. And he stares forward for a moment as he looks up towards you and he says, "In truth, they've done so much terrible, such as this." And he lowers his head. "No qualms. These men aren't of the throne. They're simply paid, given instructions." And he reaches down and he picks up one of them, one of the sashes sitting on the ground that's been burnt away from the guy that had it around his head that you hit in the face with a fireball. He picks up the burnt thing off the ground and he looks at it. It's still sticky. And he looks it over for a moment and then lets it drop from his hands. Wipes his hands off on his shirt, leaving a weird streak of like pink and black. And he looks towards you guys. Yeah?
Do you have any place or anybody that can keep you safe at all? Or are you alone?
"We are all alone," he says kind of mystically for a moment, and then he focuses himself. "I will have to hire a guard." He lets out a long, exasperated sigh. "I will have to hire a protectorate, it seems, at least for some time."
So, do the red sashes line up to the one that the guy we killed? Are they alike or no?
So, no, as a matter of fact. They're totally different.
I say...
In fact, all of them, all of their red sashes, are all different.
Okay. I say, well, we do have a group that kind of hates. That was kind of, how do I say this without giving anything away? Ousted by certain parties that might be able to keep you safe. If you'd like to come with us, we have to stop by there anyway. Stop by. It's in Dublin, so.
He regards this for a moment and says, "Are you offering to escort me to Deadlock?"
Well, we had to go there anyways after a bit.
Well, scored him for the right price.
Do any of those red sashes have the insignias? Or are they just bolt of cloth? Strips of cloth.
None of them, for the most part, even have the end. They're like torn pieces of scarf. But then you finally get to one that does have a little monogram. And it's, it looks like a little needle framed in a square, and it's got a letter next to it. The letter S. At least you think. It could just be the thread coming off the needle. You're not entirely sure as you look upon it. It's pretty old and shitty.
I show this to the bard and ask him if he knows any history on this.
Do I?
As you look upon it, you do recognize the fantastic Taylor Samuel's insignia upon it, but looking at the piece of fabric, it's clear that it was long ago torn apart, whatever it was. That was a cloak or a tunic or something.
I say it's.
So it's just kind of scrap.
So yeah, it's a Taylor's insignia. It's just a. Do I know where this Taylor Samuel is from at all?
Yeah, he's out of Suzale. Samuel's is actually a chain of tailors down there, run by a family of fellows. Everybody knows those guys.
Is Suzale far from Weymouth at all?
It's southerly by about 2 days' travel.
Okay.
Roads, horses.
Okay, I say it's a Taylor down south, about 2 days journey. So I think it's just like something that he might have picked up as like just scrap and just use it as a symbol for himself. So yes, Rod, we can escort you to Dublin for. I looked it up. I guess for a price. I don't know.
Thanks, follow that rhythm.
But yes, we have to go there anyway, so to collect some stuff, so we can get you out of here, so then you're a little safer.
Roderick gives a nod to this. Doesn't say anything, he just nods a little bit.
Are the two guys that we had knocked down, are they starting to move around a little bit? Are they awake? Time to start having a conversation with them?
Looking over towards him, not quite sure.
You can wake them up at any time.
Yeah. Well, it's
I
only
don't know if we're looking to wake them up right now. I just make it.
no, it's a minute. They wake up after a minute, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, the spell lasts only 1 minute.
Okay, so they are awake then.
Yeah. You come in towards the one guy, expecting him to be wide awake, but he's so slumped over, actually.
We got lit up pretty bad.
The other guy behind him seems to be jostling a little bit.
Are any of their weapons magical?
Not at a glance, no.
I'm gonna go.
What about a more thorough investigation?
Sorry, what was that, Victor?
I'm gonna go to the guy that's slumped over and check his ropes behind him, make sure he's not trying to get out.
Okay, funny you should do that. Because he nat 20 surprise attacks you after rolling a 17 for his escape. So with that said, he slashes in upon you with his... Oh, actually, that's the wrong die. With his dagger for... I guess it's double damage. That wasn't much of a roll. 4 and 3 for 7 plus 2 is 9 points of damage.
Okay.
As he stabs up into your ass cheek piercing against it, cutting a swath. He falls over as his legs are still bound. Actually, the rest of him is still bound. With that all said, initiative.
Oh,
Or I could just go off the old initiative. It doesn't really matter.
yeah.
Whatever you want to do.
You know what? Let's just go round robin. Fucking Victor, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna bring down my axe upon his head.
Yeah, do it.
Do I have advantage since he's lying down?
You
And tied up.
you very much have advantage like 7 different ways.
Okay.
But he's flanking. No, I'm kidding. He's not flanking.
16 plus 5, 21 to hit.
That'll hit him. Yeah, that'll fucking destroy him.
And then 10 plus 3 damage is 13.
I'm gonna say that this is the guy that had 8 damage before, and you cleave his head clean off. Taking one quick swipe. Oh, that's really not my soundboard. The head flies through the air, flipping end over end, leaving a streamer of geysering red fluid and gore as it lands with a satisfying lumpity-dumpity-dump and rolls away down the road.
Wait.
What?
In the air, I'm taking one of the stones and I'm throwing it at the head.
Of course you are. All right. You whip off a stone with an attack roll. Let's hear it. Better hit.
I better hit. Yes. 18.
Shit, yeah, you
Plus
smoke it.
7.
Terrific.
Plus 7.
You lodge the stone right in the eye socket. The mouth actually moves to gawk in pain because it's still fucking alive and still can actually sense pain there.
I say to Resman, you didn't check them over for weapons before tying them up. And I go over to the guy that's tied up. I will check for his. He's still asleep, right? A little bit. No, he's barely.
No, he's still bound up. And he's like, "Fucker didn't untie me."
Yeah, and then I will check his his body for all his weapons, and disarm him.
Yeah, he's only got the dagger.
Okay, and then as I grab him by the face and say, "You're gonna tell me what the hell you all are doing here."
Can I, during this time while we're all sitting there, ritual cast detect magic just because?
Okay.
Does anyone have a potion?
It's gonna take 10 minutes, but
That's fair. So during the course of the, well, say that you've been doing that the whole fucking time. It just goes off. Hey, how about that? No, they don't got anything fucking magical. But you do. What's the radius on that? Hang on. I think it's 60.
30.
It's 30 feet.
it's 30. But after I cast it, I'll walk around and it'll last for I think 10 minutes.
All right, terrific. As you walk around and the fires are burning away, you recognize that there is a magical painting sitting inside the church, the hospital. It was just one of the many paintings that's sitting inside of different clerics, and yeah, it just so happens one of them's magical.
I go to the guy that's tied. I back to him and say, where did you get your writ?
Hold on, this painting's in the building that's burning down?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go run and grab it.
All right, terrific stuff. You run into the burning building.
Yeah.
Roll me a Constitution save. Fuck. Shitty D6.
Oh yeah, I do have a D6.
Does anyone have a potion of healing?
Plus 2.
I do not have
16, 17.
Okay, terrific stuff. Holding your breath and running in, you take 1 point of burning damage from the heat because I rolled shitty, and you come upon the painting. It is a kindly depiction of an old man surrounded by several little dragons circling him. He's nestled in a grove, staring out towards you with a smile. Kind of like the Mona Lisa. And hey, he's looking at you from over here. He's looking at you from over there. Anyway, you grab a hold of it and we'll get back to you in a moment. But that said, you walk over towards the guy and you kind of do the swear to me thing for a moment. He looks up towards you, and he fuck it. You can see plain from the sigil on it. As to who we got it from, we didn't. We had it dropped to us through the innkeeper up north. He lolls around for a moment, looking over towards his companion who's been fucking destroyed. His lifeless, headless body pumping the last of his lifeblood out onto the ground. And he looks up towards you. What of it? Why so interested? Looking for work?
So at this point, I'm going to reach over and grab the top of his hair and be like, listen,
Hey!
Victor has a problem, and this is what happens. And then our buddy over here is going to start throwing rocks at your head because he's bored. So unless you want to do that, we shouldn't be the ones asking questions. You need to be spilling, because you're very close to me letting Victor finish off this.
So ask your questions, daft dwarf. What you want?
I don't know. Mark Victor.
We already know it's from the inn, so I don't know if there's any.
Yeah.
Why you guys think of that? I'll be back.
In from the north.
Yeah, it's in Erebor. We know that. Yeah, it's everything that we need to know is from the Ritz, right? So I don't know if there's any.
What I should do now is slowly start cutting.
No, I say we just throw them in the building and let them burn to death.
That's kind of dark. I mean, we have time to get a little more information. I mean, the building's down. No, it's not down yet.
No, it's engulfed right now. All this is in there.
Yeah, I would have just choked on smoke.
Yeah.
I mean, I see nothing wrong with letting Victor take a body part.
Yeah.
On, ankle.
I'm trying to think. They don't know who sent it to them. We can ask. I can ask.
From my personal history, I know that I have no idea who gave me this information. I was just told to go do a job, and I got paid for it.
Yeah.
That's all I knew about my job, so I figured that's all that they know about theirs.
Yeah.
So are we gonna let this guy go then?
Oh, fuck no.
No, we're not letting him go.
Well, then I go back to my first statement.
I tell the guy. So you know what the insignia is. Tell us about the Iron Throne in Erebor.
What's up, Jester? Oh. Did I miss an alert?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's up, Jester?
Yeah, I'll look to him and say, so you know what the insignia means and what that symbol means. So tell us about that group in Erebor. What are they doing?
You're asking Buddy?
Yeah.
He looks up towards you. We've been dating. I am so sorry. I got you flowers, but they rotted. I was 2 weeks early, actually. So he's gonna focus on you for a moment, trying to look past Victor, who still got him by the chin there, and he kind of just looks sidelong from where he's situated. He says, "How in the world do you expect I would have any idea of this?
Well,
The best I can offer you is to take you there. I have no idea of their intentions, but if you want to get in touch with them, that I can do for you."
we had the paper. We don't really need your help.
He kind of goes wide-eyed at this, and he starts kind of sputtering. No. I mean, they're gonna be doing some awful things. He kind of sputters.
I gesture around and say, we've already done awful things. You don't think we can handle that?
Oh, I'm sure his lordship could handle all sorts of things. All sorts of things. I'm sure you're quite capable.
See, your buddy just yanked one of my friends here, and I don't think he's very happy about it.
No, I didn't like him either. He's a terrible person. That one, he kicks puppies and such. He's a bad fella.
Is there any use of trying to use perception to see if this guy's just grasping at straws or if he actually...
And I'm gonna take out my small hatchet and grab my sharpening stone and start sharpening.
Right. Thanks for letting go of me face. I appreciate that. What you doing with that stone? What you doing with that? Oh. Right, I'm assuming you don't need me then anymore. I'll be taking my leave. You'll never see me again. I assure you of that.
No, I don't think
You can keep the money. It's fine. I don't need it. It's really all right. He's moved back about 10 feet already. He's getting ready to run.
He's still tied down.
Is he tied? Oh yeah, he's still tied down. He's hopping back then, as a matter of fact.
Victor, can you clean up this loose end?
There it is. Fuck yeah.
There,
Oh, that was a new alert. Oh, nice of you, man. Thank you. That's cool. I'll go to my kid's lunch fund as usual.
With my small hatchet and just go across his neck and finish him off.
Ooh, you vicious bastard. All right, you rush in there, throw me an attack roll. He's like, no.
And 13 plus 5 for a total of 18.
Holy.
Hit it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Give me that hatchet damage. Hatcheteer that you are.
6 plus 3 is 9.
Right on. He had a little bit of damage. He had 6 damage on him. I'm going to mulligan that 1 hit point. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to mulligan that 1 hit point. You know what happens with
Nice.
1 hit point? As you cleave across his poor bastard throat. Oh my goodness, this guy.
This guy like Bullet Tooth Tony, he just keeps standing back up.
He falls backwards with a streamer of blood exploding off his neck as you cleave across him. A freight train of muscle and steel coming past. In the moment that he falls backwards, gurgling on the ground, he sits there, or he lies there staring up at the sky, and he starts to kind of hum to himself as blood pools out, spilling from either side of his throat, and his last hit point ebbs.
That's what you get for the hospital. Fucker.
I look back. Is Aldous back yet, or is he still in the fight?
Man, what the fuck is with it? 1 hit point of burning damage is all you take.
Are you rolling a d4 for that? Or
I'm rolling a d6. If I'd rolled a d4, at least I would have get 2 by chance. It's a 50-50 odd. Or 25% chance. Or I don't know how they... Never tell me the odds!
Yeah. So we see Aldous come back with a Peyton.
So, yeah, he walks out. It's a 2-foot by 3-foot painting of a kindly old man surrounded by a decorative wreath of dragons that are kind of like not a wreath, but like a circle of there seems to be 8, 9 dragons. You're not sure in there. It's kind of scorched at the edges. It's actually smoldering as he comes out holding it. But as you're holding it, it's cool to the touch.
Aldous, what the fuck are you gonna do with that?
Why the
I don't
fuck
know.
did you run into a burning building?
What do you it's like this thing.
What's up, Ariana Marie?
Everybody needs rope.
It had some sort of magical essence. I noticed it. The building was burning down, and
So if
I
it's
figured it was going to be lost.
but if it's magical, then it won't burn.
How do we know
That's
that's
not
not a
true.
magical enchantment?
That's not true.
It singed a little bit.
If it's magical, then it wouldn't burn in fire. You can, I guess pretend it to Millie. She probably would appreciate it.
Julie, can I do an Arcana check on the thing?
For sure. Have you got yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
proficient.
Yeah, it's all good. Do your thing.
Okay,
Just do your
so,
thing, baby.
9 plus 7 is 16.
That's a fantastic roll. Looking upon it, you can absolutely tell that it's magical as it's glowing at the edges where the ever so subtly as the smoke smolders off of the edges where the heat is now dissipating. Again, still cool to the touch. As you stare upon the surface of it, trying to kind of shift your focus to the etheric senses, you see it shimmer in the light of the dwindling flames of the nearby hospital. At this point, twilight has shifted into evening, and from overhead, there's very little light. At this point, it's starting to purple up going to black steadily. And the glowing embers, comically enough, provide a sort of a hearth warmth in the quickly cooling atmosphere. One of the nearby patients
And
looks around.
The fire brigade hasn't shown up yet, right? The fire alarm went off, but the fire brigade hasn't shown up yet.
I was just going to say, one of the patients looks around and then looks down and says, "Look at Pond! It seems they're coming with waters. I see the tankards." And sure enough, they've got a raft of barrels on wheels that they're rushing up with. And they've got what looks to be a hose. You're not sure what it's made of, but as they come upon, coming closer up the hill and come towards, perfectly just in time to put out the glowing coals and the hot brickwork of the burnt down hospital.
Shall we?
And a fellow comes upon, he's got a tall hat so you can see he's important. He comes rolling out as the water hits the glowing coals and causes a bunch of... Oh wow, weird. I'm watching my microphone all shift. Did my audio just fuck up or what's going on? No? Everything's still working? You guys can still hear me? Weird.
Totally fine.
Right, as I was saying, he comes up towards you and says, "Why did nobody tell us that this place was burning down? The hospital's gone. How long's it been burning? Well, I'm asleep, man. Do you know how long my day is, typically?" And he looks out towards, "I was lucky enough that some of the boys came and woke me up. Why didn't anybody sound the alarm? Why did everybody sound it so late?"
To sit to the side and cast Identify on the picture.
You absolutely can, totally.
So I'll just be sitting while all this hullabaloo about the place is burning down. I just want to sit to the side and just stare at this picture.
Fucking A. And you can take 5 experience for hullabaloo.
Start to worry about you, Aldous.
Yeah, I'll just say it was a long night. We had to get everybody out before the whole thing crushed upon
He
us. So
suddenly shouts past you, "Millie! Where are all the rest of sisters? What's happened here?" And they start gaggling back and forth, talking about, doings and what, and she shouts out, "They defended us from the ruffians, the vagabonds. They came to take us out, burn us alive inside. They barricaded it from the out, and they just threw torches, and And she just starts losing it completely all over again. The sisters are propping her up, and some of them are sobbing themselves, and it's just a fucking mess as the poor things are sitting there in a blubbering heap. You guys watch us down below. A voice shouts out, and you see the doctor, the fellow, come upon, and looking towards you all. He says, as he comes in close, actually he doesn't say a fucking thing. You know what? He just comes in wordlessly and stares at everything, unable to say anything. Standing next to you all, he just looks back and forth, and then all the people sitting out on the grass. All the points.
Can I grab Rother and say, "Would you like to come to the inn with us?"
Roderick gives a nod, and looks over towards all the others and says, "I may have lost a great deal in this, but I'll pay for all the people here to stay at the inn." And he turns around and wanders down towards the township. The doctor kind of just moves in towards the stones, puts a hand on the brickwork, and lowers his head, starting to kind of half sob, collecting himself a moment later. He looks panning around, and then stepping inside, he looks upon the walls, and he sees a particular wall and walks in towards and says, "Those brigands, they stole my painting." You guys don't actually see that, though.
Okay.
He's alone.
Can
And it fades to black and shows you guys coming upon the inn down in town.
long night. So I say we'll head to the barracks in the morning then. I don't have any. I'm spent.
I have 2 hit points.
As you lean up against the wall.
I'm I am going straight to bed.
And all this follows her, she's still sitting in the bushes staring at the fucking bird painting. It's like a guy on a bad trip is just zoning out.
Stop
All right.
messing.
Yeah, I mean, getting back and taking a break probably seems like a good idea at this point.
So
I
you head
definitely
inside?
advise all this not to have that painting hanging around. Don't prop it up on the wall when
You really don't know what it could be. Like, it could suck my ass in. We don't really know what's going to happen.
Oh, it could. But I mean, it's been hanging in a hospital, and I mean,
Yeah, it
bad
could
guy
just have a calming effect on people. Like, we'll find out in 10 minutes.
Oh, fat.
Well, I'm just thinking about the fact of like we just got at least our name cleared a little bit, and probably drew suspicion away from having
You're
killed
too much, Chester.
the sheriff. But getting caught with the painting that now stole from the burned down hospital probably wouldn't go over so well.
So, Dooley,
Yes.
I have identified.
Alright.
So I'm gonna
Actually,
catch
well,
it
Aldous
after-
was doing the
Oh.
identify thing anyhow.
Oh, was he? Okay. Yeah.
On the painting specifically, I don't mean to cut you off. You were doing it on something else, but if it's for the painting, he already knows everything.
Okay.
But if he's willing, maybe he'll share information.
I'm just gonna go upstairs and take my. I'm gonna go when I get to the inn. I'm just gonna go straight to sleep.
As you go to pass by, Roderick puts a hand on your shoulder and then regards the lot of you and says, "They say that we can rely on the purple dragons, and that you hunters are just an affront." He gives a chuckle at this. Can you believe that? Any
And a front?
an affront to the honor of the ancient. He gives a nod at this, and as he laughs slightly, you can see his hair tilt back and show a little bit of point to his ears, where the other one was cut off. He looks towards you again and says, "Here," and he pulls one of the many pouches off of his belt, and you look down and you're like, "Where did you get those?" You think to yourself. Right? And as if he's reading your mind, he says, "I keep things here at the inn."
Music is a bit high, Dooley.
Yeah, it is actually, isn't it? Let's get that down. Let's get that shit under control. And besides that, wrong track. Way wrong track, right? That was a sad moment. It just went hardcore. Anyway, he hands you one of the pouches and says, "Not that money should be ever a concern in the lives of ones as yourselves. A pittance for your efforts." And he hands you the pouch. You take another 50 gold on top of everything else that you've taken so far.
Each or
He hands you a bag of 50 gold.
Okay.
He doesn't have a lot of them. He just has a bunch of pouches there.
so 5 gold each. No, 10 gold each guy. I'll divvy it up.
Ooh, oh.
I will nod at him and say, "We'll head up. We have business at the barracks beforehand, but you can stay here at the inn, and then we'll meet here after our business is concluded."
Holy shit, 3.5 mil.
Now is he staying in the same place as us, right, Roderick? The same inn?
Yeah.
Just in case, do we know what? Like, do we see him go into a room where he's going down for the night?
I mean, he. Good question.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not I need to set an alarm.
I mean, you do what you want to do. He. How's your Evans? I'm going to say Evans to sit at the bar. It's Evans. He takes a plop on a stool.
Well,
You know the number one rule, Jester. Nobody breaks that rule. Not even me. Never affect the players directly. You can add anything you want to the world. Shit knows you can add anything you want to the world. You want to write a god like you were saying earlier? You feel free, my man. I'll inject that shit. Fucking, you want the Jester God in there? You want like some Vecna version? By all means, man.
Oh no, I'm just thinking.
No, I was talking to our viewer here. He's all asking me questions. Sorry, totally blindsided you there.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting back to the game at hand, while he ponders, yeah, he's timed to write. There you go. That's my man. Do it up, brother. You know my email address. What as I was saying, yeah, sorry, what was your question? I totally gapped on this. My apologies.
Oh no, I just if I saw him heading to bed, I was gonna.
Right. Very good. So as I was saying,
room.
he pops a squat on a stool, as a matter of fact, and he pulls another pouch off, and he looks. Actually, no, that was perfect. I'm gonna go with that. And he looks up at the barkeep, and he mutters something, and the barkeep comes closer. Sorry, sir, I didn't quite catch that. He says, "I'll take that." And he points past the innkeep to a large, to one of several large flagons sitting on the back. And the barkeep says, "Of course, sir," and grabs a hold of it and puts it forth. "You look like you've been through a lot, sir." And he and Roderick, of course, gives a nod at this and does one of these. "You could say that." And he just knocks it back. What are you guys doing then?
I was gonna just sit with him for a beer. Not necessarily saying anything, but just being there as somebody that's just been through this stuff too.
The bartender looks over towards you. "What can I get for you, sir?"
What he's having.
He gives a nod, and he says, "Fresh today." And he hands you the flagon. The smell of it is bittersweet. It's a strange ale that pours out of it, and he says, "Peach ale." There's a bunch of barrels we located, full of them. So we hatched them open and couldn't see right to do anything but turn them into a bit of swill for us. And of course, slop for the pigs afterwards, but...
So I'll give him the tip, whatever the appropriate tip is. I don't even know what it would be at this point.
He actually says the drink itself is a silver piece.
Yeah,
Or
it's
no,
not
sorry.
fun,
It's going to be 4 copper. It's going to be 4 copper. My apologies.
all right, well then I'll just double it and put that down and just sit and enjoy the beverage.
If you put
for
down
little
a
bit.
silver, it's two drinks and a tip. And there you go.
Sure, that works.
Done. And with that, he puts out 2 tankards. You guys all see that Doc pops a squat next to Roderick. Roderick gets himself a flagon. Doc gets himself 2. And so there's an extra flagon sitting there on the bar. What's everyone else do?
I went to bed.
I too am going to bed.
And off Victor goes. It shows the door pop open, and there's just this light in a dark room that suddenly emits in this silhouette of a man that ducks through the door frame. And then the door closes, and it's totally dark. And we just hear the momentary silence before...
Yes.
And of course, we see the troubadour make his way into his room, placing his instruments carefully over on the nearby footlocker, disrobing from his fanciful clothes and finding comfort in the surrounding covers. The camera crossfades from there to show Aldous' face as he's looking over the portrait painting of the old man here in the bar, and at least I'm assuming so. Or are you gonna just put it away, or what are you gonna do?
No, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and look at it.
All right, terrific.
Yeah.
At the bar downstairs in a crowd.
There's not much of a crowd. I'm just going to say, here in Weymouth at this hour, there doesn't seem to be much of any crowd. The laborers have all gone to bed. You guys are looking at about probably 11 midnight-ish on a school night, so to speak. So the place is pretty sparse, I'm going to say. It's really just you guys as you're sitting here in the bar. The tavern here. Everyone else is out for the night. But with that in mind, looking over the portrait, as it were, the old man's eyes absolutely do follow you, as they ought to. And as you kind of move it to the one side and the other, the dragon's wings seem to flap. The illusion of it is easily portrayed, like, you know, a moving picture, right?
Yeah.
But that said, the identifying spell revealed to you one interesting secret. As you looked it over, you feel like you could ask it a question, but you're not quite sure if it's advice that you'd get. And as you look on the dragons and everything, and the old man kind of just stares into you, you think to yourself, maybe his wisdom, whoever he is. And also, all the dragons are of different colors, I should say. Or are they? No. Yes.
Are they chromatic or?
They are metallic, as a matter of fact.
Okay. That's a nice sign.
Oh, so I can ask it a question?
Oh no, you just feel you could. But you're not sure what you'd get back.
Then I'm going to look at Jock and Resident, because I think those are the only two left up with me. And I'm going to tell them, you know, guys, I've been staring at this picture for a while, and I feel like I could ask it something. And I kind of tell them about the dragons and everything, and the eyes following me.
All right, he explains this all to you guys, and it's easy to see what he's talking about. When you look at the painting, you see the same thing.
Did you divine? Did you cast identify on
Yeah, I cast, and that's what he told me. So I'm kind of just portraying that back to you guys.
So you gonna ask it a question? What are you looking to do here?
Yeah, I don't know what I should really ask it.
it? I'm afraid of it being a one-time only.
Yeah, me too. Like, I don't want it to be like the only question. I mean, maybe you guys could hit a question too, but
No, I mean,
Hey, ask where
It's
the
been-
10,000 platinum is.
if it's been hanging on the side of in a hospital for this long, if nobody has asked it a question yet, or you haven't had somebody laying in the bed there long enough to stare at it and say something, it just seems kind of
10,000.
it kind of seems like it wouldn't be a one-time use thing if it's been up there for that long, unless nobody's ever figured it out. But obviously the well, we don't know it, but the priest obviously knew it was important. But yeah, that's fine.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask the guy. I'm gonna look at the guy, and I'm gonna say to it, "Hey, buddy, I saved you from burning down in that fire."
You're talking to a fucking painting, yeah?
Yeah,
It's
the
awesome.
guy in the painting sitting in there. Yeah, because I don't really know how this is all working.
That's
And I'm
fair.
gonna say, "Hey, is there any way that you could tell me where the 10,000 platinum is?"
As you look upon this thing, and ask and literally say this in the bar, Roderick down at the end, staring at you as such. And then he looks at it as it suddenly comes to life with the dragons wreathing around. And as they do, they kind of collect behind him. And then they come out a bunch of canaries that surround him after that and still begin to dance around. And as they turn to the canary, one of them disappears and comes back around a canary. And as this occurs, the old man's mouth starts to speak out. To find the answer to your riddle, you'll have to seek out the history of the root of your problem. And then he goes back to his old pose. As the rest of the dragons stay dragons, one replaced by a canary.
Okay.
Oh, how many dragons are there?
9.
You said
Well, 8
27,
now.
right?
27.
Oh, nice, Dooley.
So it cost a dragon, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So we
I've got 8 questions left, so I can't just blow these.
And it's not like the answers are exactly clear cut here.
Well, also, like,
Yeah, kind of riddly answers anyways.
well, also, I don't know if he knows where the planet. We'll see.
Well, what did he say?
To find the answer to your riddle, you will have to look for the history of your root.
Seek out the history
root of your
of the
problem.
root
The
of
root
your
of your
problem. So we gotta find out what the root for the guys that we're going on, basically, is what he's saying. Tell me. Or where it came from. Because the history of the root.
Well, as this is going on, I'm basically going to be like, well, that was as helpful as tits on a board. And go back over and have my other beer with.
But I haven't talked to any of the psychologists because he's sleeping, huh?
He takes another long
I'm
draw,
not even
drag
talking
off
about
his
it.
drink.
Yeah.
Doc's face shown with the mug from the side profile coming into view after all is said and done.
I write it down.
Okay.
What was recited.
It shows Aldous looking down the down the bar at the rest of you guys as you're drinking away, and Resvin's scratching the note.
I want to, like, there's no more frame left. I don't know if there is a frame, but if there is, I'm just going to pop it off and roll up the portrait now. Bag it.
There is a frame actually.
Doesn't mess it up if I do that, if I try to do that.
He's making
I hadn't decided
Yeah,
that.
I don't know. That's,
Paper,
yeah.
like a backpack.
Part of me wants to make it just explode or burn because you pierced it.
I know. That's
But,
what I was curious of. Because it was burning on the edges, that's why I wasn't sure. If I
So can we do an arcane to see if removing the frame will damage it?
Probably. It's a magical item.
Right?
Gosh, this is a
But
toughie
is it
actually.
actually the frame part of it, or is it like just a portrait that's the item
Well,
and it was framed?
No,
You know what?
I think I
It's gonna be oof.
That's how
would roll like a
Well, I
demon
mean,
hunter
when
to see
Aldous,
what
well, here's a question. You know, Aldous, when you were in there, I know you were, obviously running into a burning building. Did you happen to catch a glance at whether or not it was the entire thing glowing, or if it was glowing from inside the frame?
It was glowing at the edges around the frame, so the whole construct of it. Anybody who's proficient in Arcanic can make me a check on this. 16 or better will discern if this thing can be safely removed, and if so, somebody can make me a check for doing so.
I am not proficient in Arcana, so I cannot.
only
well, you have the wizard.
If you're not proficient, I'll let you make it a disadvantage.
No,
I
I'm
actually rolled a nat 20, Billy.
Fantastic stuff. With that said,
And I-
you
I have
easily
+7.
discern that it could be taken apart with a delicate hand, so long as they undid the clasps without further piercing the canvas.
Who's the teeny hammer?
Does somebody have tinker tools?
Who's got those tinker tools?
Alright, I'm gonna use my tinker toys.
Hey.
And I got a 15. I
Well,
don't
since
know if
you
want
rolled
to
the nat
modify
20,
it.
I'll let you have this at advantage because you rolled a nat 20. You have an intriguing understanding, an implicit understanding, an intense, intelligent understanding, and other I words.
What would the skill be to disassemble it?
Oh, it's your tool proficiency plus intelligence.
Okay. So my intelligence.
So it's +7.
I thought it was +5.
No, because you added your proficiency too, so it's +7.
Okay. So 22.
Fabulous. You easily make your way around the frame, shucking the frame itself and then peeling the canvas's clasps, the staples up and out without causing any further damage to the canvas at all. As you peel it apart from the frame itself falling away ever so fragile, you have yourself a canvas of a fantastic painting.
Alright, I give it back to Aldous.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and stick it in the bag, and we'll save that questions for later.
I do check
When
out
we
the
have a
frame.
forward route.
Okay, you look it over. It's a couple pieces of wood stapled together like dollar store crap. It's not especially amazing. It's just quick and done. The frame
Okay.
itself is not much to write home about either. It's modest would be the best way to put it.
I'm going to start tinkering with some of the gold that I've got, and I'm going to be looking to make a,
Here at the bar?
magic kind of familiar. Yeah. You know what? Actually, no. I'm going to take a table and I'm going to order food. And while food's coming, I'm going to start tinkering and start making a little magical companion.
All right, you pull a little Denny's Midnight Mechanic at the table.
I figured it'll take time. It doesn't have to be like one and done.
Yeah, no worries. What are you building out of this?
I'm going to use some of the coins that I have, and I don't really have raw materials, but I've been trying to.
So you're gonna
Yeah,
fabricate. You're gonna fabricate your raw materials here in the middle of the bar.
Um,
It takes about 5 minutes of this, and then the innkeep comes over and says, little master, I must implore you, please, don't do that anymore. It's given me a right headache. Perhaps taking that to the smithy in the morning would be the best option, if I might. Your food, sir. He puts down the plate, clattering. It smells delish. Simple beef steak with a little bit of onion side. Can I refill your drink?
So as I'm finishing up my second beverage next to
Yeah.
Rothric, I guess I'm gonna lean over before the end of it and kind of in the hell of a day, end of the day kind of thing. But by the way, what was Laramis's role in all this?
Roderick, as he's actually ordered food at this point, so he's kind of noshing on a little bit of a snack. Beefsteak bowl, as the innkeeper called it, bringing it out. It looks like dog's food. But the old man's picking at it and stuffing his face, and he looks over towards you. He has a bunch of steak sauce surrounding his mouth. He's got a weird sort of Fu Manchu going. He looks towards you and says, Laramis, what the marshal?
Aye.
He looks down at the bowl and looks back up again, ultimately Lockie. And he gives a nod. The man's dead, isn't he? He looks down into the bowl. And he gives a nod at this, and he says, right. And he continues to pick at the bowl and eat away. Sorry, what?
What about Bartholomew and Aldrich?
They would have carried on. They were back in Deadlook. Oh, you're asking Roderick about them. Yeah, fair enough. And Roderick looks, it doesn't even look up from his bowl and says, don't know them.
No, good, unrelated.
Yep, wasn't sure.
And? Anything else then?
No, I'm gonna finish my beverage. Say, have a good night. Then if he doesn't look like he's ready to crash, I'm gonna go.
What about Valdemar
Valiancher?
or Valiancher? Yeah. Right, like I say, we run all the names we know across them.
Just click everything in the dialogue options. He gives a shrug. I'm not sure who you mean.
He wouldn't know it though. He's not even a middleman. He's like a
He
side.
may not. He may. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know unless you start pulling at strings.
Well, that's why I was waiting just for the moment when everything was calm, to just ask about Laramis to see what he knew about that influence and whether or not there was any connection there. If he was, holding a grudge against it, or if it spurred anything in him, but it did.
As the moment passes, Roderick says, I knew nothing of this man. He regards the name for a moment, Valiancher. He says it again like he might know it. Who is he?
Red Sash. He's a member of the Red Sash.
He just gives a shake of his head. I don't know any gangsters, bandits, whomever, and their road names.
Do you know any history of the Iron Throne?
Not especially. It's not been much my pursuit to seek out their historical origins. I've been too busy dealing with their current threatenings. He looks over towards you with a bit of spiced juice dripping off of his chin. Innkeep, he says, looking directly at Resvin, can you pass me a napkin? And he looks back towards the man as the innkeep pulls a rag out and passes it over.
How did you get embroiled politically then?
Happens. He gives a sigh at this. You sell something to the wrong person.
Attempts, my friend. You've had 3 attempts on your life. You have to get a small.
Until the money's clear, until they're confident I can't point anyone to where it's going. He gives a shrug. I know where it's ultimately to be ended up. I can finger where the money's to be destined. That's why they want me removed. So long as that money exists. Once it's spent, it's no longer a concern. Once time enough has passed that nobody's tracking it, tracing it, no evidence exists, they've removed all the branches in between. You see, it's like when you're running away from a bear. I don't have to run away from them forever. I just have to run away long enough that they eat enough of the ones slow enough to get caught. And then there's not enough left to be worried about. It's my foolishness for getting too involved. I didn't know it was them at first. I should have paid more attention.
So I try and console him and like, you know, pat him on the shoulder and ask the barkeep for another drink, and I'm like, I'm sorry, my friend.
Don't be.
And
I've lived a good life. Look at me. You've spent your life on the road. I am not so motivated. You live the life you live. I've lived the life I've lived, and I've lived a good life. But it is fraught now with peril. The price paid for a few dealings that I shouldn't have. Don't you dare feel bad for an old man who's lived a good life. A good life. And here's to many more days ahead. And he gives a shake of his wrist and knocks another back.
I do so as well.
He finally finishes out as much as he can of the bowl and pushes it away. Pulling a couple more coins from the sack, he spills them out, draining the rest of the flagon, his second one in thusly. He pushes it to the side and pulls another few coins out. The innkeep looks down. That's far too much, man. You needn't be paying so much. It's not as though we're broke. And the disheveled Roderick says, I'm alive. And it's a miracle in and of itself. And he grabs what remains of the sack and leaves the coins out. Whatever you care to fund them with out of there to clear your conscience, do so. And the innkeep just gives a nod at this and says, it'll feed them for a week, sir. And pushes it down into his box with a clunk. Roderick excuses himself, disappearing up the steps with a bit of a wobble.
I get a room of my own.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow Roderick up, and once I see what room he's in, I'd like to put an alarm on his door.
Okay. It's done. You walk in behind him, sneaking along the way. Roderick's so fucked up, it doesn't even matter. But as you get there, you place an alarm across the door for him.
That's a new notification.
Mm-hmm. Be long rest, everybody.
Yeah.
That's a long rest, this baby.
As everyone drops out,
Let's do it.
sleeping the night away. Sleeping the night away. You guys rise and shine again.
with new insight.
Yep. Level 3.
Alright, so take long rest, reset to this.
So, go downstairs, I guess, and gather. Shall we go to the barracks, or do we still want to see what Laramis had in his office?
I think we need to see what was in his office. We need to chase down the route.
Okay.
Agreed.
Yeah, Thomas, you missed out on that.
What?
We talked to a painting last night. That painting, I talked to it. The old man told me. I asked him about the flat earth. He said that we need to seek out the history of the root of our problem.
Can you run roll that painting and see? Do you guys recognize that man I pulled in? If you taking his advice.
How do I get to level 3?
I trust him.
Yeah, do I recognize? If I see the painting, do I recognize the man at all?
I'm not sure. Have you seen the painting to make a roll?
I'm sure he's seen it at some point through the whole time that we were staring at it.
But did he really look at it
Yeah, I don't know if he really looked at it.
at all? Ever? Did you? You say so, Tomas. You tell me. I can
didn't.
imagine you'd be interested in it, but would you take a
I'd be
moment?
interested, but I just say, can I see it? Can I see who he is then? If I might recognize him, just to see if he is a valid source of information.
So with that said,
Yeah, and I'll show it to him.
Do I recognize the man?
you get your choice: history, religion.
History or religion? I'll do history because I'm pushing that.
18 or better.
19.
Seriously, well done. It's a god for sure. You've seen this before. Yeah, I was like, I can't remember the exact wording. As you look upon it, you do recognize the holy form of a draconic god. And staring in through the painting as you realize what it is, it's almost as though it recognizes this in you. And the old man sort of shifts before your eyes. Only to you, though. Only you see as the old man shifts in form to reveal a stark, silvery, chromid dragon of some strange proportion. Its many scales and its stature scintillating in the light, despite it being not but a painting.
Do I know the guy's name at all or no?
Its word almost echoes in your mind as you almost whisper Bahamut.
Okay. I nodded at all this and say, okay, he's... I trust you. So...
Oh, and I got the count wrong. It's 7. So you've used one, there's 6 left.
Okay. I say, do we need me to disguise myself, or do you think we can go in without any hullabaloo, as all this says?
Honestly, I don't know if there's enough guards to even try to stop us.
Yeah, it's funny that they didn't come and try to see what was going on. We did not see any guards last night at all during that fight.
Well, no, they did show up. Well, the intention was that they would show up with the fire brigade.
Okay. So.
Or that it was the guard that was the fire brigade, I should say.
Okay. But they weren't purple dragon. You said there are some guards that are just employed by the town, and there's some guards that are purple dragons. Did we see any purple dragon at all?
For sure. I said before that I think it was 4 of them are purple dragons, and the rest of the fleet in Weymouth are. Actually, no, you killed all the fucking purple dragons that represent Weymouth, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, so no, there's no fucking purple dragons that showed up last night, yo.
Oh,
They're all dead.
well, we would know then the barracks are empty then, right?
Well, there's still the militia. There's the thing. Like I said, there's 4 of the purple dragon and then the rest of the militia. So it's still the militia of the town that showed up. And what's more, actually no, there is 1 purple dragon left. There is 1 purple dragon left because, like I said, there's 4 and you guys killed 3. Sorry, my bad. My count's out. I did this on purpose too. Is the one guy that was there didn't say anything while he was there specifically to you guys whatsoever. But you know from count that there is still 1 left.
Okay. Can we head over to the barracks then? Start making our way there?
I'm assuming after breakfast?
Yeah.
Because after all, healthy adventuring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having the biggest breakfast possible.
I'm sure you are. So he asks you, would you like the standard breakfast for 3 copper, or would you like the Hungry Man Helper for a silver and 2?
I'll have all the bacon you have.
He looks at
I
you.
mean, all of the bacon. I mean, all of the bacon.
He continues to stare at you for a moment, and he says, I could roast a pig for you, sir, if you're so inclined. 2 gold.
Okay.
He suddenly guffaws. Well, of course, sir. We'll be right on it. It takes some time. You hear a squeal and a chop some moments later. Breakfast passes by after a brief moment of pleasant honey-soaked bacon that takes about an hour to prep. So you guys get out kind of late. But it's, wow. Same fucking die. 6 temporary hit points that you take for honey-dipped ham first thing in the morning. You feel kind of heavy, and you soon find you have to shit hard. But after all that is done, you're good to venture for the day.
Well,
Can I get
this
a
is
breakfast?
going on.
This is breakfast, yeah.
Can I get a breakfast too? I just want to get the silver. What is it? Silver 3 copper.
Yeah, that's fine, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the cheap breakfast because I'm small, and while breakfast is going on, I'm going to infuse. I'm going to infuse some items. I'm allowed to infuse 2 items per day with the artificer spell.
Let's hear about it.
So the first one is going to be a Cure Wounds,
Okay.
and the second one is going to be a rock that has catapult built into it.
Oh, sweet. Deadly. With that said, you imbue. And with that, are so prepared to make some heyday. You head over towards the barracks.
Barracks, I thought we were going to the headquarters. That's where
The office.
the barracks. Yeah, it's called the barracks.
You're headed towards Larimus' office.
Yeah, got it.
Do we see anybody on watch there or no?
You don't immediately, but after a brief moment of surveying, you do see a bit of movement through the window.
Can I approach stealthily to that window?
You may.
Do you want me to roll stealth?
Well, you had incited.
Yeah. It's 15.
Terrific. You easily sidle up next to the window, appearing in frame. You peer inside. Sighting upon the officer milling about, you can hear his voice as he's muttering to himself, but you can't make out what he's saying for the pain of sugar glass in your way.
I just I just motion everybody to come up and then just say, or I don't recognize that guy, do I?
Recognize? No.
No. Okay. And he's not. He's in the hall.
I mean, you kind of do. You saw him before. Yeah, you totally did. He was out on patrol earlier. He was one of the guys that's
wearing
seen.
a uniform.
He's in half uniform. He's got his chest plate on, and he's got his chest plate on, but not his arms. He has his greaves. No, he has his greaves and everything off. He just has his chest plate on. He's got half armor.
Yeah, and he's not in Laramus's office. He's in just in the hallway, right? You said.
That's right. He's on the main area of the barracks office
I'll
there.
return to the party and I'll say just there's somebody in there already, so there might be others. So just keep it cool. Yeah.
Did you catch that?
We walk to the front of the barracks. We'll make our way to Laramus's office.
Okay, so you're gonna saddle around the building to the window for Laramus's office. Is that the idea? If I remember correctly, his was on the second floor. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
So point being, are you climbing the outskirts? Is that the intention? What's going on? It's the middle of the day too, eh? As you're sneaking about.
Well, we don't have anything to fear, right? So I say we go through the front, right? They don't know that we killed him. I think you just say,
I'm gonna go ahead before you open the entrance to the barracks and start making our way to the second floor.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. We'll just strong and wrong. We'll just that's what we're gonna do. All confidence.
Do it live!
I was saying to the wife, what did I miss?
We're just gonna go to Laramus's office. We're not gonna sneak it. We're just gonna. Nobody knows that we did anything, right? So.
No, I mean we're the heroes of the hospital, and we don't know where Laramus is. So
As you guys enter into the office, the fellow looks over towards you with a stack of parchments in his hand. Are you here to report an emergency, sirs? Oh, there's a lot of you, and you're armed. What's going on then? He looks around for a moment and sights his sword and just grabs a hold of it. Can I help you?
I say we're here to speak to Laramus. We have some business.
Well, I should like to talk to him too, if you could help me out with that. He puts the sword back down against the wall there and looks over some parchments. I've got complaints coming in from all over. Goblins be running rampant, making all sorts of celebratories this morning. I need a hand. I need you to go out and find me some Laramus and his cohorts. They left yesterday and haven't been back. I haven't got the manpower to take off. Everybody expects some representation here. But since you're here, hunters that you be, you're hunters, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yes, we are.
That's exactly what I need then. Perfect. You know, they say you're in a front, but if you ask me, you're quite the convenience right about now. He looks around for a moment and then walks across one moment, and he shuffles for a moment. You can hear him milling about. Oh, there it is. He comes along. Right. We got a few coins.
I'm gonna tap Doc and shush him away.
There's a few coins. If you could get it there. Get to work right away, huh? Bring back our captain. The marshal needs to be in attendance, otherwise there's a risk we're not going to get paid for this month. God knows his wife is enough of a battle axe when it comes to the money.
Where's the general area where he might have been?
What do you mean? Oh, he was just out on patrol. He'll be about halfway mark or less. I mean, you might have to find him off the beaten path or some such if he's off on a skirmish. Ugh, I hope they're not the worst that's happened.
And who are we looking for? How many in this party were there?
Right, he left with the two others just yesterday. So you'll find him and two of them members of the dragon out there. You know, if there's a chance that he's been taken by that half troll bastard thing, then you may have to rescue his boy. He'd never live that down.
Half troll, what happened? What were you speaking
Laramus was barking about having to do things his own way, having to take care of business, and said it was for the good of the town and whatnot. I think he was just doing it as a play for pride's sake, something to parade around. God knows he takes enough of a flack from the boys up north and south, for that matter, for where we're situated. I tell him don't be sweating the lyrics, but so it be. You understand? One of the bards picked up a bit of a ballad. Anyhow,
Maybe you could help us out. We were given a job from Marinus to take care of some business up north. We were expecting payment on full term. So before we take on another job, I would prefer to be able to get our payment.
right? You have a writ for this, I'm assuming.
I dropped some ears. Didn't you have? No, I wasn't here. That was the other one.
And the conversation got awkward. Meters.
Right, timing's kind of off, but I
We're not
understand
in
your
Dennis's office
intention.
right now, are we? We're in the office. We're still on the first floor. Yeah.
Yes, currently. You just walked in the office, he's greeted you.
Okay.
Actually, I wasn't saying anything because didn't Victor kind of just block me from you, right?
Hmm?
I was trying to shush you away to get away so you could still.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If you had just stepped in front of me, I'm not necessarily part of this conversation. There's not much for me to say about you dropping ears on the table. Yeah, but I'm. Can I sneak away to make my way upstairs to the office?
Roll it.
What am I rolling?
Stealth, what else?
Let me find it.
Can I?
Stealth plus 4. Roll down.
Yeah.
14 plus 4, 18.
Ooh, look at you.
Can I see him do that and touch him and cast invisibility on him?
What's your passive perception?
13?
He's already
No,
gone.
15.
That's really
no,
good.
No. 13. 13.
Point being, he disappears from view, and as you look towards him, you think to yourself, I could have cast invisibility on him.
As I'm talking to him, I'm saying we had a writ to speak to the marshal up north to deal with a couple of brigands you might know as the Red Sash, and we did so.
Tomas, you would still have that writ. Would you not?
No, I wouldn't because I gave it to Ferric and Dubber.
The fellow looks up at you as you say this and says, Red Sash. He just kind of cocks his head for a moment and then looks to the back of the room and looks back at you. What do you mean now, Red Sash?
We're speaking specifically with Larinus about this.
No.
What do you have to say, Thomas?
Nothing. It's just we will head out and do our duty. So sorry for interrupting your work. And I say, let's go, gentlemen.
Will you be looking into this then?
What's the pay?
He looks down at the coinage, spreading it about. 25 gold for a bit of retrieval of a soldier and a few soldiers.
That's something I have to talk to my wife about.
You bring me back news, and it's good enough for me. If the worst should have come of them, then that's the way that I want it, personally.
Is there anything else on the second floor from memory? Or is it just his office up there?
Hey?
There's some other rooms with junk in it, right? One of them had equipment, one of them had
Yeah.
file cabinets.
You betcha.
Okay, then I say I need something from the armory.
He says,
And
what of it?
I show my purple dragon emblem.
Do you have a crest? Oh, you guys all have the hunter emblem. Sorry, my bad. You wave the crest, and he just kind of chuffs at this and says, fine, I'll make the exception this time. Go on, then.
Good.
Have I made it to his office while they're having this conversation? Have I made it to his office upstairs? Door unlocked, doors open.
So just to confirm, what is Aldous doing during all this?
Staring at me.
No, I mean, I guess I'm just kind of standing around with these guys, not particularly doing anything.
Just kind of like, hey, what's up?
Yeah, just one of the group.
All right, fair enough. Sorry, what was Victor doing? If anything special? Anything at all? Victor? No, yes.
Basically, I was just gonna say, I mean, if we make our way back down to Wayland after we find Larry, I guess we can come to West End. But as far as I know, we're just sitting at lunch.
He says, I understand, and scoops the coins off. As the camera crossfades from there to show a silhouette down the long hallway. That tripped me the fuck out. To show a dwarf in dark and clad in leather, move through the hallway towards the camera as you come upon a singular door. Looking upon it, knowing it to be Laramis's office, you see that it's already slightly open.
Doc.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna listen in, make sure nobody else is not hearing anybody in there. But I have time to go in there and start rummaging around.
You hear naught but the sound of your own breath, and then creaking the door open, you steal inside. You search around the room with an investigation check. What are you looking for?
I am looking for any indication of information, either something that either has something either thrown on it, or any indication that or missives about the shipment, or any mention of that incident. That's what we're really looking for. See if there's something that's out of the ordinary for it to be in a sheriff's office in terms of a marshal's office that could tie this in any way into this. I mean, is the place like neat and tidy, or is this? I mean, if I remember, his office wasn't exactly put together well, so it's like I have to be very cautious about it. It's kind of like shift stuff around the table and, hey, what do you got here? And open a drawer or two, take a look around.
So what'd you get on an investigation roll?
Investigations +3 roll. I got a fucking whopping 2.
Perfect.
2 plus.
2 plus 3, 5.
You roll a d4 as well for because you're a mark of warden dwarf, so you roll a d4 to investigation.
Okay, so I have a 5 and then roll a d4.
Well done.
Better than shit.
5 experience.
Another 2, we're at 7.
Right on.
It was a terrible.
It's a terrible roll, but it's redeemable.
Yeah.
I'm gonna sneak down the hallway.
Roll me that stealth. So Doc, you go over the place, and giving it a once over, just like at a quick glance, because you don't know how much time you have. You don't take in a lot of detail, but pretty much off the hop, as you walk in and look around the place, you're like papers, ink, quills, a couple swords, daggers, armor, mannequin thing. Look around at the tapestries and whatnot. You kind of run your hand along shit. Okay, cool. Come back around. Keys are still in the fucking lock of the door. And you walk in close towards them and you grab a hold of them, and I'm assuming you're taking them, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Pulling them out. You see there's 3 keys on the place, including the one that was in the door, and 2 others. The one on the end is a rather stubby one. And looking upon it, you realize it's not actually for a door, but probably like a lockbox, a foot locker, or something like that.
Now, is there a foot locker in the room?
Looking around, you don't see anything, and your passive perception is 14.
My passive perception is... Sorry, I was typing out my notes. Passive perception is 15.
Terrific. You see nothing. There's no foot locker. There's no jewelry boxes, lock boxes that this would fit. It's not an especially tiny key. It's just smaller, about half the size of a door key, and kind of wider stuff. You'd like
anything like that could be either a key were any of the desk drawers locked, or am I?
Resvin, what was your stealth roll, Resvin?
18.
Terrific stuff. As you're going over the desk drawers that he had on there, I think he had 2 drawers, one on either side. Excuse me.
Wow.
Oh, I had to get that out. I hope you feel good being in the presence of that one. Point being, though, looking through the drawers, you find that there are a pair of bottles situated inside. One has a red, translucent, viscous fluid, somewhat burbling in a bottle, next to a malt liquor 40, I guess would be the best way to put it, for comedic sake. More to the point, though, it is a flagon of some sort of ale, booze, something, with a cork in the top, a rather large, robust cork.
Yeah, I'll take the red fluid one. I'm assuming that's the thing that he had served us drinks from earlier.
There is also a dagger, a robust-looking, gem-encrusted dagger.
Yeah, that goes in the pocket too.
It's got a little finger guard on it.
But the locks on these weren't. I mean, if I try the key and these locks, even the drawers are open. Is it fitting any of those or no?
The drawers. Did I say they had locks before? I don't remember.
No, I'm saying if there were locks, if they are unlocked from some extent into them, was there a lock on them?
There was no locks on these to begin with.
So then my next thing would be to take a look along the walls and behind the tapestries and anything like that to try and see if there's something that...
You do see there is a dial hatch, a dial-driven hatch on the wall mounted behind one of the tapestries as Resvin shows up in the doorway behind you.
Hey, Resvin, I've got this set of keys. I've got 3 of them here. One of them was in the door. I've got these other 2, one of which is this short, stubby one. We didn't get a description of the third.
It's rather robust, and looking upon it, you see that it's probably like a jailer's key.
So I can roll investigation on this? Usually you can deduce some stuff about it.
Looking upon the safe's hatch, you can see the dial mounted on it. You don't see the hinges, obviously.
I get to use a skill. Time to break this fucker open.
It's got bolts.
Fast hands, right? To disarm a trap or a lock or open up. Open a lock. Yep.
It's got sheared bolts mounting the front plate in.
Can I roll an investigation as well to see where the key might fit or what it would be for? And then see if there's any, like, little hidden keyholes.
While you're doing that, can I crack the safe?
Yeah, I was going to say, what'd you roll for your opening of the locking?
Oh, that's a sleight of hand check, right?
This is a dial, eh? So, yeah, that's fine. Sleight of hand.
Okay, I just don't know which one it is, but 10 plus 4, so 14, and that was something I'm proficient in.
Listening as carefully as you can, as you faddle with the dial, you think to yourself, this is how that bard described it. Because last you ever fucked with one of these, you can't even remember. But as you listen closely to the tumblers inside, you hear a couple of them click, clack, and then you lose it. But you think you can try again. You think you got an idea of how this works. With that said, what else are we doing here?
Investigation.
Right, you were saying you want to do the investigation on what? On a whole bunch of crazy shit. You put your hand over the keys and you kind of try to like lock a sense through the atmosphere, and that doesn't work. But otherwise,
so I'm kind of looking for. I'm also looking for anything hidden in here. So I'm investigating for anything hidden, like hidden bookshelves or hidden compartments in bookshelves, underneath the desk, floorboards.
all right. Would you roll for that investigation check?
Wall panels. Alright, I rolled a 7 plus 7, so 14.
Man, both of you with 14s, eh? Doing a scan over the room as best you can. You don't find anything special in the place aside from the hidden safe behind the tapestry.
I'll take a second crack at it. Did you want to check another room to see if you can find either a footlocker for this thing, Rez, or...
Yeah, you know what? I'll skip across to the armory. See if there's a locker or a weapons locker or a cabinet or something or a foot locker in there.
For sure.
While this is happening, I'll go and ask the guard. So last night was pretty crazy. I was wondering, with the 5 brigands we took down, we might get paid for that, since none of the militia was there to save the hospital.
I could barely hear you on that. I was trying to turn you up. What'd you say?
I'm sorry. So what I was saying was, I was gonna ask the guard. So last night was pretty crazy. We took down 5 brigands. I was wondering if they were gonna pay for that.
He gives a nod at this and he says, "Do you have their hands or heads?"
They're there by the hospital.
He gives a nod at this.
If you were part of the
Right, yeah, they were picked up.
you would have saw them.
They were actually picked up by Davis this morning. The vision man, he. He gives a nod hem-haw at this. And then from the coinage that he collected a moment ago, he counts out. So, yeah. There we are. Gold a man. It's the best you're going to do without the actual parts, but since we already collected them, I'll do you a favor. Nice cleanup job, although it's too bad we lost the hospital in the process. There's your blood money.
The only type of money that I enjoy.
He gives a nod at this and he says, "You're in the front of the Purple Dragons." And he gives a smirk. He gives a smirk at this.
Everyone loves that word.
I give a thought. I start stroking my chin. But I've survived this long because of that.
With that, you're searching for. You go into the armory section. It shows you silhouetting through the door. Popping in. I can turn this off. It takes you a brief moment of looking over the place, and to your surprise, nothing has any locks on it. All the ammo cases are lock-free. All the weapons are, for the most part, just sitting on racks out in the open. There's not really even a lot in here. There's a couple crates. They're not locked, they're nailed together. Some of them pried apart to reveal fragments of metal armors, chainmail, plate mails, that sort of thing. Old stuff, not especially nice in any fashion, but, boxes of it in storage.
Is there any plate, pieces of plate that I can use to create my little automaton?
This is in the armory, as opposed to where you are, but yeah, you can follow in and find this shit just fine. You do so. Coming upon the bits and pieces, I mean, there's, I'm not sure exactly what you're after, but there's a helmet, there's a glove, if you want a metallic thing, I suppose.
I was kind of thinking if there's forearm guards and greaves or whatever, they've got a nice shape to them, I can kind of make a body out of that.
Sure. Yeah. And that happens. You collect together a pair of armlets, bracers, as it were. And so it is. With that said,
So no, I scanning here for any, not likely, but any secret kind of compartments or anything under floorboards.
you already did that. You didn't find anything.
Really. And I take some bolts. I take some bolts and some arrows for sharp bow.
Cool.
I take a dozen of each.
Sounds good. Right on.
I think I'm down about 5 right now, so you gotta grab a couple extra.
As long as you're keeping track.
Yeah. You gonna try to crack the saber jump off?
Yeah, I can give it a shot. 16 plus 4.
Much better. Having learned a lesson from the previous attempt, you clack this way, crack that way, and after a brief moment, hear the locks, the tumblers, fall into position, one after the next, the latch opening a moment later. And, ooh, there's a little
Nice.
latch.
That didn't sound good.
Oops. You pull it open. As it opens up and reveals inside several stacks of coppers and silvers. It shows a stack of folded parchmenture with various seals from recognizable sigils, actually. You can throw easy history checks to recognize them, but that said, as you look upon these all stacked neatly in there, what else would there be? There's a couple parchmenture stacks loosely scattered in one of the corners, and a couple other sacks with parchmenture that's tied to the sack itself.
Yeah, all that's going in my bag, and once I got it all in the bag.
So I just want to state, as far as the coinage in these larger sacks goes, it's you're already carrying quite a bit too. It's because if it's 50, it's 4 pounds. So yeah, there's another. I want to say
Just get the bag
4
of clothing
pounds.
in the corner.
for every 200. Man, it's not so much heavy. Sorry, it's bulky. Is a thing.
Okay, well,
But,
I mean, in that case, the first thing I'm doing is I'm grabbing the parchment, and then
So that's a
Yeah,
stack of about yay of folded parchmenture with various seals, and they've all been broken. They've all been read, but they've all been put away.
I mean, I'm just thinking it's better to, paper's not going to weigh me down until I can get it.
No, that's all good. That's all good. That's all good.
Yeah.
You know what? You can
I mean,
scoop everything in. It's just you don't really have the room for this much gold in your bag.
No, that's what I was going to say. Is I'm not looking for all the money. What I'm saying
Yeah.
is grab the
The parchmenture's not an issue. You already got that.
And then for the gold, it's a matter of, hey, like, open up the sacks. Which one's got the best denominations, and grab that. It's like picking up the till. You grab the 20s. You don't take the singles.
No, that's fair. As you grab a hold of one of the sacks and you see the parchmenture, you already in sight that this is probably like marked money, so to speak. That is to say, it's earmarked, I should say, not marked like it's going to explode purple ink or something. But opening it up, you can see inside it is literally a mix of denominations, and the parchment kind of sitting loosely next to it, where the string was tied to the top of the bag, would denote something. Otherwise, there's also the loose parchments in the corner, and like I said, there's a couple stacks of loose coinage.
But none of them was a sack of like platinum that seemed like it belonged to.
There's no like just sack of platinum. No, they all seem like payments.
All right. Well, I mean, I'll stuff a good sized handful into my pocket of gold or platinum if I see it.
All right. As you reach into the bag, you suddenly have a strike in the back of your head, and you're like, "Oh my god, these are taxes."
Huh.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. It's neutral. It's not Ed. doesn't harm me. I'm gonna leave most of it.
No, that's fine. I don't give a shit personally.
You know, but
I'm
no,
just
I
telling
mean,
you.
before I shut it though, I definitely grab a couple. It's one of those like I'll put my head around the corner and be like, "Hey, Reds."
Let's go.
So do you need me to help secure this? You know, wrap it around, we'll tie it extra tight so it doesn't jingle.
Oh wow. Okay, so I rolled shit, but you're still gonna get 6 platinum, fucking D6, 2 gold and 2 silver.
You said
Track
6
that
platinum,
thought.
2 gold, 2 silver, right?
Yeah,
All right.
good little
You
fistful.
trust that.
So, Rez, I don't know if you want to grab something before I shut this thing back up. And
There is a bunch of
I'm
loose coinage sitting
Only
there.
looking for magical weapons. So, you know what? No, I don't have a detect magic. You know what? I cast detect magic. I'm gonna burn a spell slot.
Ooh! Reaching out through the Ethereum all around you, the
You
room
find nothing.
stays. No, that's glowing. Shit, that's glowing. It's glowing. There's something glowing. No, never mind. Fuck. There's nothing glowing.
the dagger that I say.
It's just the eyes and the light and the fucking. Never mind.
It's worth it.
All right, we have one more room left up here, right? We have the file room, right? If I remember, it was like a.
It is, yes.
I'll investigate that. See if there's a lock or anything there that we can work with here.
Okay. You walk in. You see that there's. You immediately see that there's a key ring hanging on a hook next to the door, and it's got a shitload of keys on it. And you look across the filing cabinets, and you can see that all the cabinets have locks on them.
Oh boy.
Do they have stamped numbers on them or something?
They absolutely do.
Okay.
But there's nothing aside from the locks that appear to go with those keys. There's nothing else that's out of the ordinary that's not that a foot locker or anything else that's
There's a
inside the
mug
place.
that was left astray. It looks like there's a coffee stain next to it.
So nothing magical in here either, right?
Like I said, there's a dirty coffee mug.
Well, no. I mean in the doors.
In a way,
In the
it is
doors.
magical. I mean, anyway.
Okay.
You think we're tapped out here, Rez?
You know what? I look to see what's on the drawers. Is there are there records? Is there any kind of thing, or is it like A to F and G to H or whatever?
Sorry, the drawers? What?
So you said that there's a whole bunch of drawers.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. They are sorted. Shit, how would they have them sorted? Come to think of it, good question. They have them sorted by.
Eight.
I was gonna go chronological, but actually, they have them sorted into sections. They have general. They have regional. It's a smaller section, and then they have clerical, clergy. Clergy. We'll leave it at clergy. So church related. Those are the sections, and then from there they have them chronologically ordered, going back about 1,000 years, and then
I grabbed some regional files at random, like the most recent regional files and the most recent clerical file, most recent of each. Bang, bang, bang.
okay, what are you after?
I don't know what's in them. I don't know if there's shipments. I don't know if there's memes. I don't know if there are
Just
transfers.
cats
but
drinking coffee and shit.
I think there's probably a little bit of info that might be worth figuring out later.
All right. So during all this, you're talking to the guard downstairs. As Resvin suddenly decides to get comfortable and all librarian like. What's going on with the guardsmen? What are you doing? What are you jamming about? What's Aldous
I'm
saying to him?
talking-
You know, one of the guys that you are. What are you doing? You got anything to say to this guard, dude?
I'm probably gonna leave. I'm like, okay, I'd probably say, we'll be heading up north. So if we do see Laramis, we'll let you know. We'll let him know that you're looking for him. But that's all we can.
Are you gonna
do.
shout this out? You're gonna be like, "We are leaving now."
Yeah, kind of.
Guard's gonna be like, "Why are you shouting in my ear? We're your friends." All right,
We'll
so
let the one guy go to the armory.
that is true.
While Thomas was saying that, yeah, I lost my train of thought. So why do you not care if Laramis returns? I heard you mention that.
He gives a chuckle at this and says, "Oh, I was being funny about it. I just, honestly, some news would be better than nothing. You never know on these roads." It came out awkwardly. He gives a shake of his head. "I don't wish any harm on the man. We all make hard decisions every day."
Some relationships are better than others, I suppose.
He gives a nod at this. When you work in our profession, you develop a macabre sense of humor.
Oh yeah, of course. I understand that.
He
I
gives
was
a
just wondering if there was something more in there or not.
he gives a shake of his head and says, "Nope, he's a good soldier. He's a good man. His wife can be a bit rough, but she's a good lady as well. They have a good
I've
marriage."
heard some good things about him, so I hope he shows back up.
He just gives a sigh at this.
And I guess we'll be heading out.
Okay.
I wish you and the town of Weymouth back. Do you want us to leave any word with the Marshal of North to maybe send you some reinforcements if Laramis doesn't show up?
No, but if you could do me a favor and check in with his wife and let her know if you're headed out of town, she's on the way through.
Okay.
What do you mean by let her know? Like that we're looking for him?
That he hasn't come home, just to, well,
Oh, okay.
I'm merely thinking so she knows that her husband is in service, so to speak, but now I'm wondering if it's any of her business.
I mean, wouldn't it be strange if strangers went up to her house to say
Yes.
that he hasn't come back yet?
Yeah. No need to worry,
Uh,
woman.
I would feel awkward personally talking to her.
He gives a nod at this. So it is then.
Okay. Well, we'll get out of your hair then.
Yeah, I'll just say, no, could you just message Resden to tell them that we're leaving now?
No problem. And I'll send a message to Resden, and I will. To Resden, you mean Doc? Resden has the okay.
Yes. Just
Okay.
because we know, but I said that out
Okay.
loud, so then you
Oh,
know,
okay. I will say I'm sending a message to Doc, or to Resvin, and I will send a message to Doc, and I will say, "Hey, Resvin, we're going to be getting out of here if you want to come out of that armory anytime soon."
So I'm going to have to mention over to Rez. Hey, Rez, I think we're getting out of here.
Raz looks up from the bale of
The
papers
stuff
that he
on my
has.
shirt? Hmm.
And suddenly, just disappears.
Well, you were allowed to go to the armory and put that on. You could walk out with it.
No,
Yeah, they
no.
let you have.
He's
That-
wearing
that I have
files.
in my sack. I meant the records.
Ah, got it. And I'm going to try to, as smoothly as possible, as a large dwarf thief can do, just kind of blend into as we come down the stairs, they're going to the door, and just kind of all of us move in that direction in the hope that I blend.
All right. Well, that happens. Roll a stealth on this. What about everybody else? What's everybody else doing on this?
I say we head back. I'm gonna start walking back to the inn to pick up Roderick.
Still
be
nothing
awesome.
magic around, eh?
With you.
I really want magic items. Still nothing magic around, eh?
You have coin now, so you can try to go buy something.
I'll go with you to go look for stuff. Is this where we left Willie off? Isn't that what the guy's name was?
No, that was the other place. But no, this is where the potion lady is, isn't it? Or no, that is as well. That's the other place. Is there an apothecary? I want to get smelling salts for waking people up from sleep spells.
So yeah, roll me a stealth, making it past the guard on your way out.
Sorry, say that again.
Both of you can make a quick stealth check on your roll out, so to speak.
Okay. You are waiting for that.
18 plus 4, 22.
All right, like I said, that happens. Shows the guard just looking.
Oh, by the way, the jailer's key, that is one thing that I'm going to secret away on myself somewhere, either in a boot or just in case. You never know.
That's fine. As we watch you walk past the camera, astute viewers see the quick flick of the wrist that your actor practiced for a week to get just right for this scene as he snaps the ring off of the iron and lets it quickly slip down into his boot. He walks out the door looking like he's just adjusting something. With that said, though, you make your way out as Resvin mills in behind, looking in behind himself
Oh, the 10.
to see the guard just turning around. And as the guard turns around and sees you leaving, he just looks towards you and says, "Oi, have a good day then. Did you get what you need?"
Or whatever our salute is. Is it this? Is it this?
Right? So with that said, though, he wishes you a happy trails, and you make your way out of the place. Looking down at the thing, you wonder to yourself, where would a small box like this be? A footlocker, a jewelry box? Where would a man like this keep something like this? These must be his keys, you think to yourself. Must be his personal keys. Office keys, jailer keys, lockbox.
I can't really hear you, Julie.
That's okay. It's just
I'm
muttering to
in my
yourself.
own head.
Yeah.
Do you mention that you have 3 keys?
I obviously showed Rez, so it's going to be an open conversation once we're no longer within a earshot saying, "Hey, I found all these keys upstairs." But yeah, I will definitely mention that we have these keys. I won't necessarily mention the jailer's key.
That's fine.
I mentioned it to Rez, but I won't necessarily mention that out loud. I mostly focus on the short stubby key that we can't really identify what it's for.
With my background, would I know where Laramis might have put his lockbox or no?
I mean, when you really think about it, there's only one of 2 places the man would have kept it.
He's married and at home.
There you go.
Do we really want to go to the wife's thing? We know.
You know what? We can just say he asked us to retrieve something.
True.
And if we have the keys, she's not gonna second guess it. We'll get Tomas to like bat his eyes at her. You know?
Yeah. If we really need that lockbox. Did you find anything interesting in the papers at all?
Well, no, I ended up cracking the safe upstairs, and I have a pile of papers that I would like to get a chance to look through. It may all be garbage, but I didn't feel like spending a whole lot of time reading through whatever this was.
But I feel like if he has a lockbox, then that might be where he leaves the stuff for the Iron Throne. So we do have an excuse to go there and say hello.
This music, eh? As you were, sorry.
So let's go pick up Roderick and then head over to head over to the widows.
I think we head there without Roderick.
Oh. Well, it's on the way out. It's on the way out, though. So no need to waste time.
Okay. There's more than one right way. I'm good with that.
Sure.
I like efficiency.
Where are we taking him to again? We're taking him to.
I think we're gonna go take him to Dublick and maybe beat him to Valentia. Because
Alright.
if he's alive, then he has some leverage for Valentia to use. That's the only place that he can keep him safe.
Oh, but. So we think that everybody with the red sash is fake, that they're all for the Iron Throne, and he's
I
gonna be
think-
okay with Valentir?
I think the the men that attacked us aren't part of the Red Sash. They're
No,
just
they're faking it? Okay.
They were just faking it as a means to blame somebody who, if people did see them, they would say, "Oh, the Red Sash came and attacked us." And there would be no ties to them.
Alright, so we all agree we're gonna go pick up Roderick and make our way out of town with stopping by the widow's house. Well, she doesn't know she's a widow.
No, she doesn't. But
Sure, were we looking for an alchemist shop though? If Reza was running on that, I would like to make that trip with him.
you guys need to go get something from the alchemist shop.
I don't necessarily need to, but I will, like, you
I
never
don't
know.
need to, but I would like to. I'd like to get some wool and some smelling salts for when we wake people up.
I can thumb through those papers in the meantime. I mean, is there anything in those, or are these really just all tax receipts, Billy? If you're going shopping.
Fair. All the writs all the parchments that you found folded with all the various royal sigils on them, royal being Suzail and Marsembar, and the various other major cities and all the political bodies they're in, have sent these letters out, and each one of them is quite literally a flowery scripture stating that. Did I ever give this guy a last name, actually? Laramus? I feel like I did, but damn, man, it's gone to the wastes of time. Where are you, Laramus? God, so many names, eh?
And Rez, just remind me, you've got forgery, right?
No, I do not. No, I do not.
Who's good with forgery? I thought somebody was talking
Bard?
about it.
I do not have a forger's gift, my friend. I could try, but I.
Oh no, I was just wondering if anybody needed these for forgery.
Well, I can impersonate people, so if I know what they look like and know what they talk about, then I can impersonate them.
So it's each of these writs is simply saying Laramus Westman is thus and rightly the Marshal of Weymouth in the lands of Cormyr, and his lordship, whatever the current presiding ruler over this region is.
All right, so if it's all pretty much garbage, I mean, the only question is, do we need the paper to hold on to anything? Because we would like to have, if we ever need in the future to
Oh, yeah, I just say keep them just in case. You never know.
forge them up. Okay.
And then
The seals, for the
We would
most
keep it in
part,
repeat, but I would probably keep the ones that I think are going to be critical in terms of the areas. If there's, whatever the most local powers that be.
Laramus kept these things in really good shape. And you know that if you continue to do so, those wax seals are excellent for forgery because it's a fucking official wax seal. And if you just remelt the back of it, you can reseal something to make it look official as you fucking please.
Sounds good.
There wasn't his seal in his office.
No, these are... no, he had a signet ring. Remember you grabbed it.
Oh, that's right. No, I did not.
no, we didn't grab this in the ring.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. He had a signet ring. But
I thought about it, but then I got lectured.
these
I
these letters are from various other places, and they're
That's what I'm
all
saying, we have all these letters now that have official paper and official writing and official seals on them.
So yeah,
So
officially useful.
the story that we're gonna go to the widow is so Larry and Mrs. Wife. The Larry and Mrs. Wife is saying that he sent us to pick something up from his
Lockbox. From his storage box.
storage box. I guess.
Man, are we worried about that getting back, or
Yeah,
they
maybe.
didn't seem like talking to them? So I'm just worried if we're saying that we just said we don't know where he is.
Yeah.
So I have a disguise cantrip that I can.
Are you gonna play Laramus and?
Well, I can do that too. I would say if we're gonna disguise ourselves as Laramus, then I would say I would do it because
I was just saying it's one of the soldiers, but
Yeah, that's a good idea. One of the soldiers, and be like, hey, Laramus sent me in to grab something with the keys I have been sent from the office.
make sure you're not a good-looking soldier because you might be having an affair.
well, I didn't. Yeah, the thing is like, would you tell your wife about a secret lockbox that might or may not have dealings with the secret crime organization that you are funneling money to?
No, you tell her that Laramus
We have a
came back
lockbox.
here to get something out of a lockbox that's, supposedly in wherever you think you keep it, the bedroom. Pick a room, make a statement, and say, I think, he told me that I had to get it from the bedroom. She could say, well, I don't know, it's clear. Like, listen, yeah, it's just my job. I was told to come get here by the boss. I'm going to get it. You go in the room, you look around, because it's not like he gave you specifics, because you're just an underling. You don't find it, then you say, well, maybe he moved it or something. You bluff your way out of it.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had lots of jobs before when I was younger where it was like, go get this. Where is it? I don't fucking know. It's your job to go get it.
Okay. So, Resman and all this, you guys went shopping while we were reading the writs?
Yeah, so you guys are looking for an apothecary, or somebody who can provide wool, so a tailor or a shearer or a skinner or tanner or whatever. You managed to find, easily enough, a tanner that has, oddly enough, 3 bags full of wool.
I just buy one.
A whole bag?
Yes, sir.
It's a pinch of wool that's needed for a sleep spell.
All right, you grab yourself a little bit of wool, and yourself there, Aldous, you're looking for reagents as well?
No, I wasn't looking for shit, honestly. I was just going for the apothecary ride if he was going.
All right, fair enough. You guys managed to find the apothecary, or what passes for it here in Weymouth. It's not terrible. The guy's got a decent stock, but he doesn't have a lot of exotic bits. But you managed to stock up all the same. And all told, your reagents have whatever value to them. The sheep shearer asks you for a single copper for a howdy do.
Most of my reagents are kind of basic crap, like sand and a fucking eyelash and bullshit like that.
For sure.
The only ones that actually cost anything are like the I need a pearl worth 100 gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you guys have pearls? The pearls for Identify?
By the way.
Oh yeah, because I cast Identify on that thing earlier. And I
Yeah.
have a pearl for that.
Oh, you don't?
No, I mean,
Well, you have 100 gold now, so.
but I have 100 gold now.
Deduct
No, you don't. You just bought one retroactively.
Yeah.
That's like one of the first level spells that are like.
Oddly enough, one of the guys was paid with 100 gold and a pearl. There's a retcon. Boo.
So
Unless we want to get.
Oh, we
that,
lost all our viewers. Oh no.
should we end it for tonight there right before we go talk to the widow?
No. Let's finish out the video.
Okay. So
We still got 6 minutes.
Do you want me to disguise self then as a?
Yep.
Okay, I'll cast disguise self as like a random soldier that I've seen around, and I'll grab.
And ditch the accent.
Yes, I will. And I will grab the keys from
The key at this point.
the key from Doc. I also have.
Well, two keys because you have the all you.
Oh, that's true. That was the office key on there.
Yeah, and then I also have keys that I found on purpose. So we'll see if that helps. Those need I need those anyways. So I'll just go up. Are we heading? Can I head over to the widows?
Well, this is your story.
Are we all heading over? Is this after the shopping, or are they going?
I mean, it's doesn't really matter to me. You guys are figuring this out. If you're doing this all simultaneously together, like.
I probably would have gone over to that pawn shop or the armory, see if I could find a better axe.
Oh shit.
So I probably wouldn't be with the party right now.
Yeah, I can just do the little thing by myself. Maybe Doc just be outside some days.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was like on the way out of town, though. I thought we were gathering.
Yeah.
I mean, what I'm seeing is they went to go shopping. You know, the three of them were ahead of us going shopping. The two of us are just standing there kind of looking at things going, what the hell is in this crap?
Yeah.
All right, you know, we got the ballpark, throw it back in the backpack. Let's go gather up the troops. You know,
That's what I was curious of.
Sure.
if we are wandering through, obviously I cast the alarm earlier, so I need a little bell and a tiny piece of string, and I'll call it my ding-a-ling-a-ling. Nobody remembers that song, but hey.
I do actually.
But yeah, so I do need those components, as I'm wandering through, and of course the light fingers that I have. Again, I'm not looking for hard marks, but if a pocket is open,
Sure.
or a coin is on the edge of a table,
Throw me a sleight of hand as you make your way through the crowds.
Sure. Sleight of hand, Dex +4, and it was on a 16 and it rolled over to an 8. 8 + 4, 12.
Oh, shitty. Well, you don't get caught, but you don't manage to get much. You snatch a single pouch, and within that single pouch, you find all of 6 small glass beads.
Alright. Well,
They're simple,
think,
clear, nothing
if
special.
If we're gathering everybody, and I don't know what you guys are doing, but when we do get moving, I'll see if Rez wants the glass beads.
Sure. Yeah.
So tell me about this widow interaction. What are you guys doing? What's going on?
I disguise myself and I'll go up. I'll knock on the door.
Terrific
When
stuff.
we meet up and gives you those beads, I'm gonna say, hey, keep an eye out for any pearls worth 100 gold.
Remember, kids, track your reagents and your ammunition and your rations. And goddamn it, what do you think? This is a game? So, with that, you approach. Roll me that disguise check, if you could.
Deception? Yes.
It's actually it's a disguise kit check. So you're using.
No, I cast disguise self.
Okay, never mind then. So you approach upon, and I'm assuming you knock on the door.
Yeah.
Fantastic. A voice comes from inside. One moment. The place is a decent-sized little house on the outskirts of town. It rests on a hill similar to the way the Hospitaliers rested on a hill just opposite. In fact, you can see it's still there, smoldering, still. As the door opens up, slowly pulled to the side by the young miss, she looks upon you. She's a pouty, aged lady. She's in decent shape and spirits. A bit tired around the eyes, but as she looks upon you, she says, "What can I do for you?"
Hello, miss.
Gosh, there's a lot of you. Oh no,
yeah.
that's just you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Never mind. What can I do for you?
I work for your husband, for your husband actually, and he sent me to go to his office or somewhere to retrieve something from a lockbox of some sort.
She kind of screws up her lips and her eyes for a moment, and I'm sorry, a lockbox.
Well, something like that. I don't know. He just sent me to grab something.
She gives a roll of her eyes at this for a moment as you roll deception.
22.
Beats the shit out of my 12. As she rolls her eyes at this and says, "Have you any news on where he is? Where's my husband?"
I don't know, miss. He doesn't tell me the details. I'm just an underling. He sent word saying that I need to retrieve something for him and make my way to through the Ranger's Way.
It's a sound excuse. Right, well, if there's some sort of business afoot, I'm sure it's important. What's this of a lockbox, though? I know nothing of this. Come in.
Oh. He just said there's something in his office. I don't know.
He's got no office here. His office is at the barracks. You ought to know that. She looks back towards you as she walks in, scrutinizing you a little further. You'll pardon me, I've got my washing to finish. And she makes her way out of the chamber, passing by into the backyard, whereupon she starts hanging. Actually, she grabs a basket on the way out and starts hanging the bits out on the line in the breeze. You peer around the chamber. It's a modest home, simple sort of 2-room shack where one of the rooms doubles as a fire pit and living space, and the other room is a separate sleeping chamber. A sort of carved out area leads down a hall to a door that you imagine is the bivvy. Aside from that, you see there's a bit of a dining area set with a table and chairs. There's a few rugs actually laid out across the hardwood floor to the space. And there is an honest-to-God chandelier of 3 candles hanging over the dining table.
I will scan over the sleeping quarters and see if I can see where he might have hidden the lockbox.
Sure.
Key.
As you peer into the chamber, you look upon a small shrine set to the side on a little table. It looks like a glass mirror-like surface with a small wooden sword and a small teddy bear set upon it. What's your passive perception?
It's a 15 now since I take expertise in perception.
Terrific stuff. As you look across the bed for a moment, the bed itself is fairly decent sized, and you notice in the floor nearby the legs of the bed are streaks, drag marks.
Is she still outside?
Yeah, she's
Can I go
humming
over
to
there
herself.
Can I go over there and start and check and see if I can find if there's a loose floorboard or anything like that?
Looking under the bed, you can see there's in fact a hatch set in the floor under the bed, directly in the middle. You can't get to it unless you move the bed.
Can I stealthily move the bed at all or no?
It's a pretty heavy bed.
Can I crawl under and just open the hatch that way, or do I have to move the bed?
How armored are you?
I only wear leather armor.
I thought you were dressed as a guard.
Yeah, but the guard, the disguise doesn't like it's
Are you dressed as a purple dragon or not?
I am.
Okay. So is that armored or not? You're just wearing your armor, or you're wearing no armor?
Well, it's an illusion, right? So it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, you used magical fucking disguise. I'm sorry, I'm giving you a hard time for nothing. Never mind, it's all fuck. Yeah, fine, you fit under a river.
Perfect. Can I open the latch and see what's inside?
You absolutely can. So as you, I'm assuming, pop the key in.
Yep.
Terrific. Giving a turn of the key, it unlocks easily. And I'm assuming you open her up.
Yep.
It only opens up a little ways. But as it does, seeing inside, it's similar to before, but There's one parchment sitting on top of a bag of gold.
I'll grab the bag of gold and the parchment.
As you close up the mouth of the bag, taking the parchment out of it, you try to pull the sack out and find it's too large to fit through the crack in the door. You have to jostle it a little bit and it's still too big. After a half moment or two, you manage to get it open, but hang on, actually, you know what? You can throw me a sleight of hand on this to not rip the bag pulling it out.
It's gonna be a 20.
Easily done. You pull the bag out from underneath and a moment later have it free. Wriggling out from underneath the bed, you have in your hands a parchment that has a sigil upon it of a chair with a sword on the back. And a big sack of gold.
I will cast. I will try to hide the gold. Like I will try to put it in the bag, my own bag.
You look at the bowling ball sized bag of gold and think to yourself, "Yeah, I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna put that in my backpack. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna put that in my backpack. You put it down there as the illusion."
Cast. Crap. Let me see.
As the illusion washes away from your bag while it's off you, you start to try and futz with the bag of gold, attempting your best to fit a pillowcase.
You know, man, listen, do the Susan B. Anthony from whatever. Take a handful of it and leave the other rest of it out there for her.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm greedy. This guy's greedy, dude. When he sees gold, he's
The
greedy.
truth will set you free.
Yeah, so I will. You know what? I'll leave it right there. Is she still holding? She's still washing, right?
Yep.
So I'll lean out my head. I'll say, Miss, I found what I was looking for. I'll head out right now. Thank you.
I mean, if you were supposed to take the sack of gold, your sack back to the thing, you can walk out with it. You don't have to hide it or disguise it. You had to come and get the paper, and you had to get this sack.
Yeah. Well, I'll just let her know I'm leaving.
Leave her with nothing.
And then I just start walking out.
It's true. You do this. She continues to scrub away for a moment, then stops. Fine. Thank you for stopping by.
If I see your husband, I'll let you know that you're looking for him.
Thank you. She goes back to scrubbing.
And I'll walk out.
The camera pans against your face sidelong as we see Laramis's homestead fade away up the hill as you descend down towards the town. Crossfades from your expression, showing a face of...
Also smirk. Be like... and I'll drop my disguise.
And from there, the scene crossfades to black. Credits roll, and Sammy, which language was proposed released?
Once again, love the combat. I think not so much hate, but more of a realization that we're becoming more the baddies. You know, stealing, taking. Well, I mean, it's not really stealing because she didn't know it was there in the first place. But it's also come to realization that our actions have consequences. Knowing that she's no longer going to have her husband, and that the town of Weymouth is less secure because of it. Just
He was
realizing
corrupt,
that.
dude.
What was that?
He was corrupt.
No, I know that, but it's
He did.
Still...
He did send us to die.
No, I know, but he's still a husband, and he was also the protector of Weymouth. So I'm not upset about killing him. I'm upset that we're leaving this nice town of Weymouth less defended. But so far, I'm really loving the story. I'm loving how it's at least tearing at my heartstrings in different ways. But yeah, I'm having a great time.
Right on.
Well,
Sean, would you like? Would you hate? What was your preference least? What?
I said hanging out with the bard then probably isn't really helping you too much, Victor.
What do you mean?
With him just being like, fucker, I'm not leaving anybody behind.
It gets the best of him, man. You understand. His background is a little...
I mean, she didn't know it was there, so it's not really going to harm her, obviously. So
I'll send some money back.
Do whatever you want. Do what your character wants to do.
Sean, would you like? Would you hate? Was your preference least?
No, I thought it was really good. I mean, I think it's good to see all the pieces kind of playing in like that. As you said, as was just said, that the consequences come out. You have to see what you're doing. You have to see what the impact is. I'm still trying to figure out how to work in the character's background and those kind of things. I think it's I think it's good. I think it's trying to find those little bits and pieces and those moments of when you can play up your character, when you can make use of your character, and your skills. It's good.
Cheers. Ding, would you like? Would you hate? Was your preference least?
Yeah, it's like the story is just really ripping. Like I really like the story. I love the setup. The Zoom is 2 for 2 already. Like it's just a really good experience now. Like these past 2 weeks, like pretty perfect sessions. Yeah, I don't really have anything to complain about. It's just I guess like the only thing is like sitting. Like my back gets a little hurt, so like I had to stretch. But that's about it.
Fair. I totally get that. That's why I get up from time to time. I stand up and move around a bit. I don't usually sit through a whole session ever. Justin, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What's your preference least?
Yeah. I mean, I liked everything. The video is good. The game is good. The story is good. The consequences, like everybody starting to have, not necessarily catching up to us, but having. Like we're seeing that there's consequences to things, and then I mean there's not really much to not like. Yeah,
fair enough. Ricky, what'd you like? What'd you hate? What's your preference least?
At the start, having a really good summary, I think, is critical, because if anybody winds up tuning in, that's like. It gets them up, so it's not just for us, right? Because before I was thinking for us, I was like, what's the point? But it's actually a really great way to tie in the audience, like when they go and view the VODs later. So I thought I think it's really cool that you make us do that, or that you ask us to do that.
Well, it's just to remind me, because I pay no attention during these things.
Yep. What did I dislike?
Or like the least, eh? It's not even. It doesn't even have to be something you didn't
what
like.
Did I like the least? The dice were not nice to me tonight.
That's fair. That's fair. Everyone else had such great rolls, and there's Ricky. Fuck.
2 plus 7.
How do you balance?
Right? Yeah, exactly. It's a weird fucking
the balance was on your side, not on mine.
I want the other end of the balance.
Pretty close to death there.
Yeah, hey? Ambush, yeah. That was kind of my fault. I goaded you into it. I was like, I'll let you have this on a
I
bonus.
slapped him.
You
I'm pretty
know?
excited about some of the new stuff that's going to unlock with my character, too. He gets to create basically 4 kind of magical items.
That's neat. So that's the Tinkerer we're going to see come to fruition. I don't think I've played with a Tinkerer yet. So I'm excited to see what you can do. I've read through the description, but I'm excited to see what you do with it. I like I like the pacing. I like the combat at the beginning. I wanted to kind of throw in the combat later on, but didn't. I'm glad I got through to getting you guys go to the wife's house, go to Laramis's house. It didn't play out quite the way I'd wanted, but it played out okay. Yeah, all in all,
There's just so much, right? Like, there's so much potential for story in here, and I think you're managing it well.
well, cheers. Yeah, there's all sorts of different routes that I could take it, right? I mean, it's like I could write it as you're writing this and making this all up. You have to kind of be working towards the objective. That's the hardest part about it, is not letting yourself get carried away creatively and keeping it focused towards the objective. Like, this is what the ultimate goal is. This is what everybody's working towards. This is any NPC that you encounter. This is kind of, if they have any involvement, this is what the ultimate goal should be, you know? So everybody's kind of working towards that. But then you also have to think, like, they have their own interests. So, you know, that's the other side of it. But I'm having a lot of fun throwing the little side bits at you guys and giving you guys things to latch onto. And now the story that's been playing out for the last few. And seeing where it ends up. I mean, I like springing this weird gang thing as you guys keep encountering and keeping you guys guessing with that. And I think it's playing out really well. Like, as a story driven experience, I think it's really delivering. So, and I'm happy to hear that from you guys as well. So, it means I'm getting better at this, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to say a special thanks for that introduction. That's fantastic stuff. That you took it upon yourself to write that out. Not that anybody's expecting anything, but that was very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, everybody takes, what was it? I want to say 200 experience for the night.
Awesome.
I do have one recommendation, Dooley, though, is if anybody's got other computers or phones or whatever, have them log into the stream and get the numbers up, because then more people will start tying in, and then hopefully Dooley will start pulling in some of the injections. Because it's pretty fun having the random elements all of a sudden appear.
Yeah, but they drag down the game. That's the thing about them, is that every time people, like, there's, what is this? A wyvern dives down to attack either the griffin or the bear. That's so old. That's contextual. I gotta put dates on these and have these erase after a while. Refund the XP after X amount. That's from you. Then the
it's gotta be from a session. Yeah, you have to clear it after every session.
yeah, I'm gonna set that up on the script so that it just clears them out.
Yeah, on startup, clear everything out.
Aldous Brimblemore restricted to a vegan diet. You hear that, Aldous?
Yeah.
He spent 100,000 on that. Honestly, so
It
funny.
came up when Victor wanted all the bacon. He was like, "Yeah, all the bacon. I want all the bacon." I was like, "Can I just get like the regular hefty breakfast?"
Yeah, I don't mind all the role play. I didn't mind all that part.
Needs a vegan diet, and I was like, "Sure, I guess that's what it looks like."
It's cute.
Yeah, I was targeting my inner Ron Swanson.
Oh shit. That'd be scary as a D&D monster, Ron Swanson. It's like the anti Chuck Norris.
I just watched some stuff with him the other day. He was getting his neck adjusted. He was crazy.
Ron Swanson or the actor?
The guy.
Yeah, fair enough. The hell was I gonna say? Shit. Yeah, there was a lot that happened in the session. Every fucking episode of this campaign has been very intense, very chock full of storyline and whatnot. It's been fun.
I will apologize for encouraging everybody to use a question on the.
How'd you guys like that one, eh? Did you guys understand the riddle in the end?
I think we did.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that I got it. Hence my comment. I don't know what I missed.
To find the answer to your riddle, you must seek the root.
Seek out
The history of the root of your problem.
Of your problem.
Well, it's got financial. we have 6 more questions. So
No,
And so-
8 more.
No. I had to adjust that because I looked it up. You have 6 more. My apologies. That was my bad.
Alright.
My bad.
okay.
And for the record, they're all golden dragons. They're not different color. You know what? It could be different color. It doesn't really fucking matter. I mean, it's my magic item. So, but yeah, I thought that was an alright riddle. Off the cuff as I created it. So I felt good about that. But otherwise, yeah. It's been my pleasure, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Lovely. See you next week. Bye.
Until then,
Yawn.
may your
Have a good
20s
weekend.
always land on 20, gentlemen.
Bye.
And if you like what you see, we stream every Tuesday and Thursday from 7 p.m. until whenever we finish. Until next time, it's been my pleasure to be your entertainer and dungeon master with my fantastic palette of personalities that is my plethora of players. Until next time, may your 20s always land on 20. Have a good night, all.